Laissez-moi un message.
To leave a callback number, press 5. Pour laisser un numéro de rappel.
Can I start? Good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx Webinar, which is moderated by city staff, and anyone wishing to view the hearing can watch on YouTube. Participants who registered in advance will connect to the hearing by phone or with a compatible electronic device and have the option of participating via video or audio only. Participants will be muted automatically upon entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Please mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Those participating by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when their item is heard. And during this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and at all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline, and members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use the share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. My name is Nancy Oman, and I will be chairing this hearing. Panel members participating via WebEx Webinar who can be seen and heard are Larry Clay, Carl Nipfel, and Zahir Bayat. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request by email. Please include your name, address, and an email address. Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or, in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed the rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28, 2022, only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee, and the committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly and clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first with a presentation of the application, and then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Are there any declarations of interest in any of the afternoon slots? Panel members? No? Staff? No? Any closing of files this afternoon?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, see none.
And deferrals?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, item number 34, 45 LANARK Avenue.
Okay, I don't show any speakers. So I think we can deal with the deferral then. Okay, so let's go to item number 34. Or can I? It's in the other time slot. Actually, what time is it? All right, we'll have to wait till 3:30. Okay, so item number 21 then, which is 43 Whitehall Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, site statistics from the agent, 6 photographs of the property. We have a copy of correspondence that was sent to the neighbors, as well as a rental housing demolition and conversion declaration of use and screening form. And we have email correspondence from Heritage Planning. Okay. And I don't show any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Through you, Madam Chair. Monica, you've been unmuted.
Thank you very much. It's Monica Kuhn. I'm the agent for the owners and the architect.
Hi, Monica. Let me see if there's any questions for you. Mr. Bayat. You're muted.
Thank you, and I apologize again. Looking at the site plan, the rear of the property between the house and the existing garage, you indicate new stone terrace. Is that terrace bounded by the rectangular space that doesn't have any, where all the writing is, but there's no design of any sort? Is that the new stone terrace, the entire space there that's in white?
Yes, it's surrounded by planting beds, which are dotted.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and this is connected to your variance number 2, I believe, which is a 24% soft landscaping.
Yes. Currently, we have 22%. We've increased it a bit. As you can see, we've got driveway and the double car garage. So we've got soft landscaping around the sides and the back of the garage and then along the property line. And we've also taken out the existing porch. There's a back porch there, and we've made it smaller so that the clients at least have somewhere to put a table and chairs outside, some hard surface. And we've also we've encroached into the hard surface driveway a bit. On the left-hand side, you can see the fence has moved over just to give us a bit more room because it's really quite tight back there.
Is it, I mean, ideally we'd like to see a lot more soft landscaping because it's very small. Is there any chance that that entire terrace be produced with porous materials rather than just some stonework that will not be as effective in terms of drainage?
It sounds like the topic of the day.
It's going to be the topic of the century, I believe.
We certainly, I don't think that they're going to be putting stone onto a concrete base. It'll be stone on sand setting bed. So the spaces between the stones or the pavers will certainly allow some water penetration. But we're not interested in putting in the pavers that have plants or gravel in the middle. That's,
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of those, but I know that you do get stone that is
Yeah.
literally porous. You pour water onto it and it pours right through. It doesn't, I'm not talking about the gaps in between. So that's the kind of porosity I'm thinking of.
I haven't discussed that level of detail with my clients yet.
I think that might be something to consider because you are looking for, and you know, it may be the topic of the day, but it's a topic of the day every day now. And I think you're going to find that this, especially with homes where you've got such a lot of asphalt, the runoff issues are huge. So I think those are things we really need to consider, and especially since you're, you know, engaging in a reasonable amount of construction. This might be a time to do it and minimize the issues of drainage.
Yeah, we're not, I mean, the house itself, we're not adding any additions. We're working within the existing footprint. You can see that the front of the lot, almost the whole front yard is grass. So we do have quite a bit of soft landscaping there as well. And as I said, we are improving what's there right now. And this is an unusual situation where right now we have a double car garage and a driveway that's shared with the neighbors. So it's really,
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Ms. Kuna, is there anything you want to add before we take this into committee?
no, I think it's a fairly straightforward application. We're building out the existing uninhabited attic and to allow us to do that by code, we are adding a small dormer addition at the back, which is generating the first variance. We're just extending the roof ridge line out over the bay or dormer and the small balcony. So that's the first variance. And we've talked to the neighbors, both sides and in the back, and they have no issues with that. And then the other one, as I say, is just, it's the landscaping, and we're trying to make it better and still allow the neighbors to have some use of their yard space.
Mr. Nipfel, you do have a question then?
I do, thank you. Monica, on your site plan, is the balcony you've got proposed new dormer and balcony. Is the balcony the rectangle that's outlined with the heavy black line?
It's the one that's, so you can see the box that's hatched with the proposed new balcony and dormer words in it, and just beyond that,
Attached to that.
and the garden is a small balcony.
Okay, that balcony is basically tucked into the roof, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yep. So it's already blocked on the two sides.
And could I just clarify back to Mr. Bayat's question about rear yard landscaping, you mentioned that they're planting beds. So then they're not just grass, they're actual beds with plants in them that actually will absorb more water than grass?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, and that's true of all of the planting that's in the backyard?
Just in between the house and the
Garage?
between the house and the garage, yes.
Okay.
Around the garage, it'll be grass and open soil.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Mr. Bayat?
Just again, if on the question
So
of
yeah,
the
there's the photos. Sorry, you can see if you go back down to right there. So that's what it's like now.
Thank you. If I may just, would you be okay with a condition that the stone terrace be produced with porous materials as a condition?
Well, being not familiar with what that would look like at this point, I don't know whether I can say yes to that.
Yeah, I find it very difficult to support the application as is. Not the application as a total, it's just that particular variance.
Well, if that's going to make the difference for you, then I'll say yes, because I would rather that they have a usable garden space.
Okay, so what's the
Thank you.
condition then, Mr. Bayat, that you would like to put on?
That the proposed new stone terrace in the rear between the garage and the house be produced with porous materials or porous pavers.
Okay. Okay, are there any other questions? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to belabor the point, the wording, I think, might come back to haunt the architect. Mr. Bayat, are you, because the actual stone is not porous, so basically what you're encouraging the architect to do is to provide stones with a small space between them that could be either filled with pea gravel or planted material, or as you said, there's moss or something that will absorb moisture. That's what you mean, right?
Actually, no. I believe, and I've seen this, that you actually have concrete materials made out of concrete, where it's actually porous. So water falling on that space would filter through. So it's not the space between stones, but it's the actual stone itself that's porous. There's a certain degree of porosity to it. If that becomes a major issue.
How about an either or? Maybe to give the architect a little bit of flexibility, you could either do that or the permeable paver solution. Why
That
don't we
might
do
be an
that?
idea, yeah. Because I think one way or the other, I think we need to encourage that piece that we've been talking about, the permeability, the porosity.
I wonder if the wording could be that the rear terrace is to be constructed such that it provides for permeability, and that gives the architect a range of options. I mean, she's reluctant to agree to something because it's a very specific request. Basically, what we want is some water to go through. So perhaps we could just say that the patio is to be constructed in a manner that allows for permeability, and that could be either the actual paver. It could provide for space between the pavers. I'm a little reluctant to tie the architect's hands so much that she has to go with a particular brand and maybe can't find it, or it's not available, or she doesn't agree with it.
That would be fine, Carl.
Alrighty, any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee then.
Thank you.
Mr. Clay?
Sure, happy to take this one. I guess the challenge for any applicant is when you do a modest improvement to your house that the inspector is going to probably find other things like this. So good on the architect for being willing to, improve, already improving it, but also enhancing it further. I think this, given the proposal, it's really just to allow for the attic to be used and a small dormer off the back and some modest landscaping in the rear. I think it's a reasonable application. I'm happy to move approval of it. I think there's a heritage condition.
That's correct.
Is it a condition?
recommended.
It's more of a, like, about the trim. It's since November. Maybe Monica, can you just speak to that? It looks like it's from November, so you're aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that. I've had numerous discussions with Heritage about the front. Right now, it's just stucco, and there used to be a window there originally, which was covered over, and so we're opening it back up. So it was a discussion about showing Heritage examples and proof that there was a window in there from the attic, and then the client wanted to try to mimic some of the Tudor trim that's also on some of the neighboring houses, and so Amir just wanted to make sure that it was the appropriate scale and size, and we'll do that with him once we go for permit.
Okay, thanks. Sabrina? I'm reading it again. Do we need to put this in? Like it says that they recommend, and then it says the Tudor trim should, like, do we, no?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't believe so. I mean, if Monica's having those conversations with Heritage staff,
It's okay.
then I think it'll be fine.
Okay, so Mr. Clay, we don't need that then. So-
Okay, then I'll just move approval, subject to the condition that the rear yard be constructed in a manner to accommodate permeability, water permeability.
Do I have a seconder for that? Mr. Bayat, so that motion with the condition for permeability for the rear terrace, moved by Mr. Clay,
Larry-
seconded by Mr. Bayat.
Larry, would you like to tie it to the site plan as well?
The reason being,
Well, there are percentages in the variances, but this layout actually, I think the architect's be complimented. She's made the most out of the very minimal amount of landscaping. I think her solution is a reasonable one. I don't want to share with you some of the ones that I could think of that would still comply with the variances that wouldn't be reasonable. So I think there's some merit in tying it to the rear yard to the site plan.
sure.
Okay, so we'll add that then. So again, it's moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Item number 22, 491 Plains Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and 2 photographs of the subject property. I do not have any speakers other than the agent. Do you have the agent online?
I'm sorry.
You've been unmuted.
Ms. Poulin?
You, Madam Chair, we just lost her.
Okay, can we go to item 23 while you guys try to get her back on the line then? So let's go to item 23, 44 Morrison Avenue. We have before us copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and an order to comply for this property. And I don't have any opposition speakers. Do we have the agent on the line? Mr. Dome.
Joe, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Oh, okay.
So if you could just state your name for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Dome? Mr. Nipfel?
Could you share with us how this happened, how the work proceeded without permits?
Yes, basically the rear kitchen, so it was already an existing addition at the rear that was deemed structurally unsafe, and that was the kitchen, and so it was basically rebuilt over the existing footprint, and that is why it triggered these variances before you today.
Any other questions?
Not sure that answered Carl's question. The structure has been built. I appreciate that there was something unsafe there, but it was built without a permit. I think that's what Carl was asking.
That's right. Yeah. So there was some confusion there about if they needed to get a permit to just rebuild that structure, and obviously that was done without the permit. So that is why we're here today. It's basically just a matter of building over the exact footprint of the previous structure.
Mr. Bayat?
Sorry to belabor. Variance number 2, could you just speak to that? 0%.
Yes. It basically reflects an existing condition for around 30 years. It is consistent with other rear yards in the immediate neighborhood. I do obviously understand that this is has been an issue for some other applications, especially with more considerable work being done. We do feel that given the minimal nature of this proposal, the existing condition does have a pretty small impact. And then we have had correspondence with planning, and they have no concerns with the application. And there are no neighbors in opposition.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Nipfel?
Can you clarify what the rear yard is? Is it the whole thing asphalt paving?
Yes, it's paving, yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, if there are no questions, anything you want to add, sir, before we go into committee?
No.
All right, we're in committee. Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a great deal of difficulty with this application in two areas. First of all, as in some of the previous discussions, how someone proceeds to build an addition this big without knowing you need a building permit really raises a lot of questions. I have trouble believing that you wouldn't know you need a building permit of something of this size. Secondly, the addition actually extends well beyond one adjacent property and beyond the second property. So it intrudes into the rear yard much more than its neighbors. In addition, the rear yard at 0% landscaping is just totally unacceptable. On that basis, I'm unable to support the application, and I think it should be turned down.
Anyone else? Mr. Bayat?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to concur with Mr. Nipfel. I think we get to the point where, this isn't issues of this kind just keep coming back and back and back. So it becomes more and more difficult to support applications like this. So like Mr. Nipfel, I don't think I can support this application.
Okay, any other comments? If not, I'll need a motion. Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that we refuse the application.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Okay, so a motion to refuse the application, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, did you get the agent for 22? Okay, we're going back to number 22. 491 Plains. So again, we have a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations before us, and 2 photographs of the subject property. Hi, Ms. Poulin, are you there?
Hi, my name is Alex. I'm the co-applicant.
Oh, okay.
My husband is Annie. She's here with me as well.
Okay, so you're Alex, I'm just looking, Spazewski?
That's right.
Okay, sorry, let me just change this on here, on my sheet. Alex Spazewski. Okay, I don't think we need a presentation. Anyone have any questions?
No.
No? Well, Alex, there's no questions. We're ready to take it into committee. Anything you want to add that's not in the materials that we have in front of us?
Not at this time.
Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to move approval of the application without condition. This is a very straightforward application. I think the proposal fits in well with the community. The footprints are not inconsistent with neighboring properties, and the variances are reasonable and actually very small.
Alrighty, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 24, 72 Lowther Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised site plan, floor plan, and elevations, an arborist report prepared by Cohen and Master Tree and Shrub Services, previous decision affecting this property. We have email correspondence from planning. They're asking for a landscape change. We have forestry asking for condition number 2. And the staff report about the landscaping is in, no, it's in the regular agenda. And then we have opposition from number 74, but I'm not showing any opposition speakers. So do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear. I just need you to state your name for the record.
Yes, Cindy Renderly, the architect and agent for the owner.
And you're aware of the planning report?
Yes, I am. We do have a document that the committee should have a copy of, which states that we have agreed to their request. There is something on your file. It's an official document from Hector Alonso, and it quote. I would like to quote
just
his.
when was that sent in?
It was sent in by us just this week, and it said if the staff are having trouble finding the redlining zoning notice, mention it was submitted today and should be in the very late materials folder. That's from John
I'm
Hosey.
sorry, there's a red line zoning notice, you say? Are you changing?
Yes.
You're changing, okay, so are you changing variances?
Yes, we're actually improving the condition. If I could address that variance.
Oh, actually, I'm looking at my notes here. So are you amending variance number 3 then?
Yes, variance number 3 regarding the rear yard soft landscaping.
Okay, what do you?
We were direct.
I just need you to, I just want to deal with the changes first, if you don't mind. Like, what are you changing it to?
We were directed to add more green space and increase the proposed rear yard soft landscaping to 5.52%.
Okay.
It was 1.53%.
Okay.
And then
Hold on. Do you have the square meters too?
Yeah, 7.49 square meters, which is the
7.49?
7.49 square meters, which
Okay.
is the 5.52%.
Okay.
And Hector's comments, I quote, "The updated plans now reflect the requested changes to soft landscaping. Community planner has no further comments on this application at this time."
Okay.
Unquote.
So that's the only amendment then on the file?
Yes, yes. So our original design was actually improving the existing conditions, and then this improves it more, providing more soft landscaping in the
Okay.
rear yard specifically.
And you're aware of forestry conditions 1 and 2, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see if there are any questions from the panel then. Mr. Niffel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to clarify, in your negotiations with planning, you agreed to increase the amount of soft landscaping in the rear yard a little bit, but they also, that drawing that's on the screen now, they also negotiated with you to do substantial enhanced landscaping on the 2 public boulevards as an alternative. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, on the public boulevard, currently there is an illegal paved parking area, and we are returning that paved area to green space.
Okay, and they saw that as a reasonable alternative. And so the drawing that's on the screen now is the one that planning would like us to attach to the approval, right?
Yes, but if you could go to the drawing package that I submitted, page 8, it's colored page 8 of the drawing package. Yeah, keep going. It's drawing number A102A with a red strip. If you keep going, you'll see a red strip on the right side.
Yeah.
Keep going, it's almost there.
I see it.
There it is. You passed it. 1 above, 2 above. 1 above, and then 1 more. 1 more.
Next one, yeah.
There it is. So if you zoom in there, you can see an area that he clearly asked us, if you zoom in a little bit more and you go fine print under variance 3 in the bottom green, it says, you zoom in a little bit more, It says existing permeable pavers to be replaced with soft landscaping. There you go.
Okay, thanks very much for clarifying.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions.
sorry, Chair.
Mr. Clay?
I'm slow today. Just looking at the balcony.
Yes.
So that's on the second story?
Yes, it's above the extension that we are providing. If you go to drawing in your package, I'll tell you what number it is. It will be the looking for the roof plan. It will be drawing number A203, and it's the 14th page.
Right, got it. So
If you zoom in there, it's essentially replacing a covered veranda, second-story veranda that's existing, because our new addition is largely in the location of the existing footprint, and we've only adding 38 inches. So, but this is a new rooftop on top of the new work.
So the side facing the street isn't an issue. It looks like you've got some screening there, some
Yes.
green screening.
We would like to provide some sort of privacy screen that's green. Hence, we've noted it graphically with trees and shrubbery that will be at least, I mean, there's obviously a rail guard height there, and then that's to be further defined. But yes, screening both that side and the west side above it.
Okay, that's good. Is this a single family home or is there multiple units?
It is a single family dwelling.
Okay. There's a lot of pavers in the backyard for a single family.
Yes, we're trying to make that a whole lot better.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, we're ready to take this into committee. Cindy, anything else you want to add before we go that's not in the submissions?
Nothing to add if there are no further questions.
Nope, we're ready to take it into committee to make a decision.
Thank
All
you.
right, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Bayat?
Sure, I'll go. Thank you, Chair. I think overall it's a reasonable application, and I understand the challenges with regard to rear yard landscaping as well. I'm glad they've at least decided to remove some of the permeable pavers and add green space there or soft landscaping. This is an extremely old part of the city in the annex, and there are all sorts of existing challenges. I have no hesitancy in approving this application. I don't believe there are any. Oh, there's a forestry 1 and 2
And
condition, and of course a planning condition is, and the amendments to it.
Yeah, no, it's just as amended because they're.
As amended, yeah.
Okay,
Would you,
yeah,
but the
go-
planning, did you call it a planning condition? Is that here?
Yes.
And would you
Planning
be,
condition and the amendment.
would you be open to tying it as well to drawing A203 relative to screening of the third floor deck? I know that we're discouraged,
Yes, by all means.
planted screens, but I think this is a really good solution here.
I do too.
Sounds
It's
good.
a second story deck, isn't it, Carl? Or-
I'm sorry, you're right.
Okay. Yeah, I agree that I think that's a good suggestion. What about the forestry advisory memo? Do we have to?
Yeah, he did the forestry 1 and 2. We don't.
Forestry 1 and 2.
That's all we need. Advisory is not a condition usually. Okay, have you got all the conditions? All right, so with all the conditions outlined by Mr. Bayat, so the motion to approve the application as amended, And that's changing variance 3 is 5.52%, which equals 7.49 meters square. So moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Nifl. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 25, 344 Donlands Avenue. I'm sorry? Yes, I have it written here, but, you know, I forgot. Okay, we finished that one already. So, item number 26. "281 Pacific Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from Charles Bunker, the agent, 2 form letters in support from 279 and 283, which are both adjacent neighbors, as well as a 6-signature petition in support, and the support material is in the supplemental agenda. Not showing any opposition speakers. We have 2 variances before us. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hi, this is Jessica Dale, and I'm the homeowner of 281 Pacific Avenue.
Okay, sorry, just let me change my sheet here. Okay, Jessica, let me see if there are any questions for you. Panel members, do you have any questions for the homeowner? We don't have any questions for you.
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah?
Just the 3rd-story deck, is it screened?
Yes,
It is screened.
like,
It's existing.
yeah, it's existing, yeah.
But it's not
Oh, it's
screened.
existing,
Yes.
but
Yes.
is it screened?
Yes.
Yes,
With what?
wood.
Excuse me, what is the screening? Sorry?
It's a wooden fence.
Okay, well, how high is it?
I'm not exactly sure. I'm not, 1 second, let me check.
It looks from your plans that it's the size of a railing.
Yeah,
4 feet.
it's about 4 feet.
Okay, that doesn't really provide screening.
But it's existing.
It's existing, and
We're not.
we're talking about the addition onto the back of our main floor.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm aware of that, but even though it's existing, it's an issue, a privacy issue. Have you had any difficulties with the neighbors next door
No,
commenting?
not at all. We're on great terms with them.
No, I'm just looking at the drawing, so you'll appreciate that when we look at the side elevation, that the barrier on the 3rd floor deck,
Yeah.
it looks like it's clear. It looks like it's
Oh,
glass.
right. It's not glass. It's wooden. It's like slats, like a,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so it's 4 feet, which is just about not quite a meter and a half. Huh? I think it's probably fine.
I could measure it. I'm not exactly sure. It was, yeah. It's been there a while.
Any other questions? Okay, if there are no questions, then we can take it into committee. Is there anything you'd like to add? Jessica, before we go into committee, that's not in the submissions.
No, I don't think so.
All right, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is not unreasonable application. There's only 2 variances. I was originally concerned about the length, but then looking at the lot fabric in this area, the lots are large and deep, so I don't think that there'd be a negative impact. I'm, given the explanation of the owner, the fact that it is already screened to 4 feet wooden, I think that's probably fine, given that it's been in existence. There's no concern from the neighbors. So I'm I'm fine with this proceeding as is. I'm happy to move approval with no conditions.
All right, Mr. Nipfel second, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 27, 55 Yardley Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the trees on the property, and correspondence in opposition from number 57. I am showing one opposition speaker. Do we have the opposition? Yeah? Okay. Have you got the agent on the line then?
Arben, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Spati? Mr. Spati?
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Spati?
Can you hear me?
Yes, is this Arben?
Yes, speaking.
All right, sir. I have one person in opposition, so I need you to do a presentation, no more than 5 minutes, please. And
Yes, for sure.
okay, if you can, the clock's starting now.
Yes, right away. So the proposal is to build a second-story addition on top of the existing house, 1 story, and a 2-story addition at the rear of the house, actually on top of the existing garage, which if you see over there, the garage is in the level of the basement floor, even lower. So, and after that, after this addition, there is another thing that is proposed, the second unit apartment in the 2nd floor.
Oh, okay, that's everything you wanted to present?
I mean, I can answer to the owner of number 57 if I'm allowed, or.
Well, okay, why don't we have him speak first, and then I'll come back to you, and you can address the concerns.
Okay.
Okay, do you have the neighbor?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, can you identify yourself, please, name
Sure.
and address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Farhad Hossein Puri, and my address is 57 Yardley Avenue. My wife and I have been living in this house since 2006, and we are the direct neighbors to the east of where the planned construction is. This proposed building addition is extra important to us because we both work from home and we spend most of our time at home. And I've also sent a letter that you can see that I have some concerns about this. In the plan, what is mentioned as a minor variance to us is actually building a house that is 3 times the size that is right now, which is a huge difference. And it's not going only upwards, but also going back. And in the back, it would be like a 3-story building facing the side street. They're basically building a 2-story building on top of the existing garage, and that garage is right next to our backyard. And when you see in the picture that I sent you, this means that there's going to be a huge wall right next to our backyard, and we see every day, and it's going to be visible from our windows every time we look outside. And there will be south-facing windows there that they were not there before, which is also a privacy concern for us. But more importantly, I believe like this huge structure is going to be very close to our backyard, and it will be blocking our sunlight significantly. It will obstruct our view from both in the backyard and from inside the house. And those are, to us, those are pretty important stuff. That's all for me. Like, thank you for listening, and hopefully you'll consider concerns in your ruling. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Spati, can you please address the concerns that were raised?
Built on top of the existing. Hello, can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay, the addition is going to be done on top of the existing building. To the neighbor at 57, it looks like the two-story addition at the rear of the house is like a three-story, but actually it is not, because the existing garage is the same level, is in the same level of the basement. And the entrance of the garage doesn't look at all at number 57. And if you can look at page 816, which is in the neighbor side, it is a two-story house which comply with the building height, not mentioning here the length of the building, the rear setback and side yard setback. Regarding the privacy, the neighbor is talking. If you see in the second floor with the addition, there is no window at all, no openings at all. In the first floor are just the existing windows. The other thing I want to mention to the neighbor is in this letter that he sent to you, he's saying that the garage at number 55 is away from the property line 1 feet, which is not right. Actually, if you see the survey, it's 3 feet, not 1 feet. So still with this side yard setback, I comply with zoning by law. Regarding the privacy, the height, I mean the light or other things, I mean, if you can see over there, the distance from his house to number 55 is more than 4.5 meters. So this is, I just wanted to mention, and I don't know if I answered correctly to him or if he wants something more to be explained, but
well,
this is how it is.
I can ask the members if they have any questions. Anybody have any questions for the agent? Members don't have any questions, so we're ready to go into committee. Is there anything else you want to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, panel members, we are in committee. Mr. Niffel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I realize that there are 3 rather minor variances, one for block coverage, one for floor space index, which is perhaps the one that's the most egregious as far as I'm concerned, and one to accommodate an entrance to a secondary suite. Notwithstanding that, the solution that's before us, I think, is a huge affront to the neighbor next door. It's basically an unrelieved wall that has no setbacks, adjustments, alterations to break up the mass of it. And I take the next door neighbor's comments about facing this wall as being particularly difficult. I think he's right. I certainly wouldn't want to live next door to that, and I also feel that there are a number of alternatives to actually amassing that face of the building in a way that's more sympathetic to the small scale neighbors. So based on what we have before us, I am unable to support the application, given its lack of continuity of an existing built fabric and the way in which it doesn't relate positively to the next door neighbor.
I don't know, the mic went off by itself.
Oh,
All right,
sound off.
yeah, go ahead, Mr. Clay, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to take a different view on this one. 2 stories are allowable in this neighborhood. I do note that there is no side yard setback variance. And I did note that the house at 57 is in fact set back from the line a considerable amount that would basically be the same distance as the driveway that currently separates the 2 homes. I don't think there are overlook issues because there are no windows facing to the side of the neighbor's property. I appreciate that it is a bit of a massing issue, but given the variances that we have in front of us, a minor increase in coverage, a fairly modest increase in FSI, and the design of this house, and the fact that there aren't any variances which would prohibit this kind of a house of this size on that site. It is a corner lot. I think it's a reasonable application, and I can support it.
Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Mr. Clay. When one looks at the site plan, there's quite a reasonable space between the house in question and the neighbor, and the applicant is building on the footprint of both the existing house and the existing garage, so it's not as if there's any additional length requirement for the home, and it's essentially even access to the garage is off the side street. So I don't have any issue with this particular application. I'd be quite happy to move approval.
Okay. I'll need a motion then. Okay, so Mr. Bayat.
And there are no conditions attached.
No. Okay, so Mr. Bayat moves approval of the application. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Clay seconds. I will abstain to avoid a tie. So all in favor, so Mr. Bayat, Mr. Clay. Opposed? Mr. Niffel's opposed, and I will abstain to avoid a tie. Okay, so the application is approved. Okay, item number 28. 204 Forest Hill Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have an arborist report and tree protection plan prepared by Lakeshore Tree Services, presentation materials from the agent. We have a staff report from Forestry is asking for conditions 1 and 2. And correspondence in opposition from 206 Forest Hill. And let's see here. Just bear with me a second. Okay, we have 1 opposition speaker. Okay, do we have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I hope I'm coming through okay.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Just to introduce myself, it's David Bronskill from Goodman's LLP here as the agent for the applicant, and our address is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400.
Okay, Mr. Bronskill, I've got 1 opposition speaker. We do have them, right? Okay, can I ask you to do a presentation? No more than 5 minutes, please.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. And what I thought I would do just for the committee is walk through a few of the variances as part of the proposal. You do have the package, and my thanks for staff for putting it up. The first page with the statistics just indicating the variances. I was going to spend a little bit of time on the FSI variance, the length, depth, and the wall height, just so I can explain what I think is the technical nature of the wall height. I was just going to start there, and if staff, if they could, page 7 of that presentation and page 8, just for the committee's benefit, have the front and rear elevations. The wall height measurement, you'll note that the overall height, there's no variance for it. Wall height is measured from established grade, and I'm bringing up the front elevation just so that you can see the established grade is 158.24. There's a bit of a slope, and sorry, if I could ask staff just to go up 1 to the black and white rear elevation. Thank you. There's a bit of a grade change on the property. It's not a lot, but if you note on this diagram, and it may be hard to read for you, but in the bottom left, there's established grade and finished ground floor. And you can see that the established grade at the rear is actually a little bit lower than the finished ground floor, about 0.6 of a meter. And on the left-hand side, you see the 10.46 measured from established grade, essentially below ground at the rear, to the top of that, what I'm going to call dormer-like structure, the third floor ceiling there. Those lines are the 10.46 measurement. And when you take off the 0.6, it's actually about, therefore, about 9.86 to the top of those roof lines, those main wall heights. And so it's a bit of a technical variance in that the 10.46 is more than the building appears above grade at the rear. But it is a variance nonetheless, and it is one of those variances, given that how the massing's been deployed, should this committee see fit to grant the variances, I would suggest a condition that ties any construction to the elevations so that the overall massing is as presented. I think a similar condition should you see fit to approve, would be warranted for the site plan. I'm just going to deal with the FSI and the length depth quickly. At pages 4 and 5 of the presentation package, we've included a review of the numerical standards as they've been approved by the Committee of Adjustment recently. On the FSI, we're at 82.27, and you'll see there's a wide variety from the 0.7s through the 0.8s through the 0.9s, and even a few that hit the 1 times or 100 times, depending on how you say it. Our FSI number is frankly in the middle of this range of approvals that have been granted in the area from a numerical perspective. The page before, page 4, again, very similar. We've got the numerical examples of approvals in the neighborhood. We're seeking a length depth 27.61. You'll see, again, mid to high 20s, into the 30s, and even into the 40s on many of the houses. One of the things we did want to emphasize for the committee in terms of how this is deployed, and apologies to staff for making them jump around, page 6 of that package, we wanted to show the committee that the 2-story portion has a building length of 20.56. The additional length that's being requested through the variance is for the 1-story portion at the back. And so again, to ensure that the additional massing isn't deployed further back, should you see fit to approve a condition that would require construction substantially in accordance with the site plan, we really do think would be warranted. So overall, this is frankly a massing that, as you can see from the approvals, is consistent with what is being approved, both in terms of its size and its length and depth. The majority of that length and depth is really the 1-story section at the rear, and it's something that is being approved in the neighborhood. That 1-story section, from the last thing I'll say, is on the site plan you'll see, is directly adjacent to the garage on the adjacent property, and is matching that structure even at the rear wall in terms of a 1-story portion. So thank you, Madam Chair. I know there's a speaker. I'll respond, and as always, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. All righty, can I have the speaker on?
Lauren Sokol, and I'm at 206 Forest Hill Road, the property just to the west of this property.
Okay, sir, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Basically, when I read through the documentation they sent, I feel that their home that they're asking for it does not fit the character of our geographic neighborhood. Is really defined by kind of our neighborhood, the more or less closer homes all around us, not many streets over with a lot larger lots and a lot bigger homes. It seems that they're overdeveloping a rather small lot, and it does not keep in character with our neighborhood. It's a 40-foot lot. A lot of the neighborhoods are, a lot of the adjacent ones, including ours, is 50 feet. So this allows them to, they're trying to get the same amount of square feet, but pushing further back. And I find that the sum of all the variances, their height, the length, the depth, it just amounts to a massing of an extremely large building that I don't think is necessary, especially the one-story addition. It has some type of lighthouse feature, it seems, with a large chimney where one would have expected a small garage. And it just seems it's not very sensitive to the neighborhood at all. This massive now 3-story really takes away everything in our use of the driveway that we've had, and where we play a lot of road hockey and basketball. It's in the sun and in the light, and that will be gone. And that's, that's the 3-story. However, the 1-story comes right back to the garage, and now instead of they are basically peering right into our property, and especially that balcony where they put it. I understand the balcony could be put on the side. They're using the excuse of having this fire, apparently necessity for the balcony, to put it in the back. Apparently, I understand it could be put on the side. It really overlooks our entire property, gives them a view of everything, and takes away all our privacy. But allowing this 1-story extra addition that I don't see any need for whatsoever, puts their windows and very back right looking into everything about our backyard. I know that the adjacent 2 homes have recently sold as well, so whatever they're granted will then be could be applied and will be applied likely to the one beside them, 202 and then 200, and you're basically going to be changing the entire character of our neighborhood. When I look on the site plan, on the back you can see all the homes and how far back they go, and really none of them on our street go back nearly as far. They all stop where they put their 3-story addition. None continue all the way back halfway down to where our garage is, the end of our garage. And that means that every other house that's built from now on will be able to go that far back as well. And you're making these are single family dwellings. They're already very large homes. And I find that this single floor, although it's almost appears to be double, because they put this chimney, massive chimney on it, and then they put this big lighthouse glass fixture on it that goes at least halfway up to the 2nd floor. We've lost our entire backyard privacy, which we are now has a fence, and that's where we spend all our time with our family, with our kids, and all summertime long. It would basically have people peering out of their home right into our backyard, taking away our privacy, family time, and like I've already said, allowing them to do it, and no one else has. When you look on this, I don't know what you call this, it's the opposite side of the site page. It would allow all the other houses that are going to be done now to also go significantly down and be extremely longer than they are now. And I find, the 3-story addition that they've done already gives them a lot of square feet for a single dwelling. And if you want a massive house with even more space, then really, you buy on a bigger property with not 40 feet. You buy on a much wider one, and then you can get more square feet. But the way that they've done it is they're taking a considerable amount of their property. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker, panel members? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could we actually, the drawing that's on the screen is fine. The drawings that we have indicate that the space between your property and the subject property in the area that you're concerned with overlook has in fact an existing line of cedar trees. Could you speak, is that true, or is that misleading, that portion of the drawing?
Well, I think I don't see how they can build it without demolishing those trees. And regardless, if it's a 3-story addition, those trees do not go up very high. So it's not going to help with privacy there. But my major privacy issue is actually on the other side of the garage, the entire backyard, where now if you allow them to have, where we just have a garage and no one lives in, if you allow that 1-story section addition, they're basically going to be from their home looking out all over our backyard property.
Okay.
And they've also proposed a balcony on, I believe it's the 3rd floor that really overlooks everything.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Bronscale, are you there?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm now unmuted. I'm here.
Alrighty, you have 5 minutes to speak to the issues raised. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the balcony is required for code, but there are also no variances for it on the 3rd floor. And the plans indicate that it is a small balcony of 4.5 meters. It is required for code purposes, but there are, as I said, there are no variances for it. I mean, if it is something that in terms of its location troubles the committee, we could move that balcony and put it somewhere else, say on the side, but we do need to have a balcony there, and we're not seeking, for code reasons, and we're not seeking any variances for that balcony. In terms of the size of the home, as the committee well knows, the FSI is a ratio that ties the size of the proposal to the size of the lot. That's why we reviewed the FSIs in the neighborhood, and the 0.8227, as I indicated to you, falls well within the range of the approvals. And those FSIs therefore tie the size of a home to the size of the lot to ensure that the right proportion has been achieved. And we submit, given that it's within that range, and I fairly think it's in the lower end of that range from the 0.7s up through the 0.8, 0.9s, and even over 1 times. It's clearly indicating that as the neighborhood is evolving, there are homes that take up more of the lots being approved within the neighborhood that are frankly of higher FSIs than what we're proposing. The 1-story, I confess to the committee, I don't quite understand the privacy concern. It's a 1-story addition. It's a family room. It's an architectural feature off the 1-story that allows light and chimneys for a fireplace. It's not an occupied space, so there's no one going up to be able to look out. And then there are some windows at the edge of the family room, but they're at the 1st floor level that would look out over the backyard, and they would not look out over other yards. I'd note that planning staff have reviewed. They have no concerns based on what is being approved in the area. And they believe that it respects and reinforces the existing physical character of the neighborhood. And as we well know, if planning staff thought these numbers were outside of the range, I think you would have a negative memo in front of you. So all in all, for the committee, I do think it's numerically and then also qualitatively something that fits into the character of the neighborhood and is certainly consistent with other approvals. Subject to maybe a conversation about the balcony, that's what I intended to say in response.
Okay, Mr. Nipfel and then Mr. Clay.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. David, the original or the context plan, which shows existing conditions, the driveway is indicated as permeable. It's not indicated as permeable on your site plan. Is your intention to make permeable paving on the, or to provide permeable paving on the driveway?
We could certainly accept that as a condition to require permeable paving on the driveway. The good news is there's no landscaping variances, but it is something that, as you well know, would long-term be of benefit for stormwater runoff. It's a condition that we would find favor with.
And that serpentine element that is shown on all of the site plans, that's a stone feature, I think, that's existing and it's coming down, is it?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. David, I think you explained one of the questions I had, and it was really that architectural feature that's on the rear projecting main floor room, because frankly, to a certain extent, it does sort of present a little bit like a half of a second story. And if it was just an architectural or for light, I thought maybe, a skylight or some form like that might actually mitigate a little bit of its look. But I don't want to mess with the architectural styling of this. And you did say that there's a chimney in there as well for a fireplace.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, there's a chimney on the wall. So it would be I always have to reorient myself. It's on the west wall that goes up that you see in the elevation. And then you see the skylight feature here that allows light in. I think the plans are important in that they indicate there's no loft, there's no upper space that you could climb up to in terms of stairs to get to it. And again, I think it's why a condition that would tie this to plans would be important, because then it would have to be a one-story structure there, and you couldn't put in a half story that would then be a second story. So that feature could only be used for light.
Yeah, I think that. So it is just for light, and the chimney is not part of that central feature.
Correct.
Which is interesting, and it might, if the next door neighbor at 206 was concerned about that. I think it's mitigated a little bit by the fact that his garage is there, and so that reduces, I think, some of any kind of visual obstruction. But it does bring the question in my mind about number 202. I couldn't see any correspondence or any indication that you'd spoken with 202, which seems to me that there's a little bit more of an open area between those two homes, and I wonder whether you or your client has spoken to 202.
Materials have been sent out. I don't understand there to be any concern or objection, but obviously there is nothing formal on the record for you.
Okay, so we'll take the fact that we haven't heard anything from them, that they're not uncomfortable with this.
Yeah, and through you, Madam Chair, I don't want to overstate anything, Mr. Clay. I just take notice that they haven't said anything. I certainly don't want to overstate that to say that they are in love with it or anything like that, sir. I just note that there isn't a letter expressing concerns. I certainly don't want to overstate that and mislead the committee.
And have discussions taken place, or?
Materials have been sent. I understand there have not been detailed discussions, though, through you, Madam Chair.
The last question I have is really about the balcony. So I was looking at your floor plan. So both the second and third floor plans show that those are bedrooms off the back, right?
Correct.
So one would surmise they're not going to be actively used, like a recreation room or a living room or some sort of area of recreation.
I think that's a fair assumption. It is off the master. Human nature, it's not the tendency really to bring guests up through your bedroom to a third floor balcony in terms of use. It's not a big balcony because it meets the bylaw, and it is required for code to have it on the third floor. It is an amenity off the master without a doubt. You might have a couple of chairs to be able to sit, but it's certainly not a significant balcony in terms of ones that the committee might have seen, as you say, sir, off living spaces, family rooms, etc., where they are bigger and perhaps intended for more congregation.
So if we were wanting to do something to just protect the privacy of the adjacent neighbor, what would you suggest in terms of treatment of that railing around it?
The client would have no concerns about privacy screens in that location. Another option, sir, and I did have the architect suggest this by email, is we could move the balcony off the rear. We just need to have a third floor balcony. So I think a condition that indicated no rear third floor balcony, and then the architect would just have to do a bit of work to move it. I think that, sir, would be consistent with the site plans because if you tie it to the site plans, there's no balcony on the site plan. So we would be able to move it without creating a conflict for building permit purposes.
So you're thinking about moving it to the side? Would
It
that
might then be on the side. Now, the downside of that is, and we could do that, obviously, as of right. The downside is that does create views east and west, depending on which side it's on. So it might be best in this location with privacy screens on the east and west sides of the balcony.
Yeah, I wonder if moving it might just open up another set of issues.
It's a fair point.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just thank you, Chair. Just on the same point, when I'm looking at the third floor plan, it appears that the balcony is partially on both sides within the roof line. Would I be correct?
It is correct. It extends partially beyond the sloped roof. And I think you can just pick that up on the side elevations. It is a fair comment. It's mostly screened by the slope of the roof. If we extended that screening out slightly, you'd have a bit of a protrusion of the screen beyond the slope line of the roof. I don't think that architecturally would cause any concern. And it could ensure that someone who got right to the edge of the balcony as they emerge from the roof line would have views to the east and west mitigated.
And if I'm not mistaken, if I didn't hear incorrectly, the gentleman that was in opposition or of concern is number 206. And if I'm correct, the first floor extension at the back has quite a is set back quite a distance from his property. Would that be correct?
So, sir, I think the speaker was 206, who on the site plan would have the garage next to the one-story addition.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, 202's on the other side, just in terms of fairness, where you see that 3.92 setback, and there's a deck there next to that family room.
Okay, so there are no windows on that side overlooking his property.
Next to the garage, sir, there are no windows. Correct.
Exactly. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. David, I don't want to play architect on this, but I think moving the balcony to the side is going to probably introduce for you more problems than you currently have. And as has been indicated, the balcony is all but hidden within the roof.
Yes.
I'm not sure that a screen on the, I guess it's the west side, is going to be welcomed by the neighbor. I actually think it would look worse. I think the simplest solution is, and your architect mentioned it to you just before the meeting, you said, is to shift the whole balcony further to the east. Leave it on the back, but shift it further to the east. And that, if we don't tie the approval to plans, then you could continue to negotiate with the owner next door about what is the best solution. But from where I sit, it seems to me these other alternatives that are being discussed are all introducing even more problems. I think a simple shift of the balcony, as your architect had suggested, makes the most sense.
I think, sir, that could be accommodated. The bedroom layout itself could be adjusted in that regard. The third floor plan has the ensuite on what would be the east or the 202 side, which is why the balcony is then closer to the 206 side. If that was flipped as a design layout, that balcony could shift closer to 202. That's a fair comment.
Absolutely.
Mr. Bayat.
Sorry to belabor this, and I just want an observation. Thank you, Mr. Bronskill. You mentioned the side elevation. I'm looking at the west elevation now. You'd have to look pretty hard to find the balcony.
I agree with that, sir.
I have no issue with where the balcony is sitting at this point.
Okay, anybody else? Any other comments? Okay, if not, let's take it into committee for a decision. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go forward and propose a motion to approve. And thank you to Mr. Bronskill for suggesting that we tie it to both the site plan and elevations. I believe there's a forestry 1 and 2 condition attached. Beyond that, there's nothing else.
I think there was also a
Was there something else?
suggestion, well, I think there was a suggestion, condition for permeable pavers in the driveway.
That's correct. That's correct. Thank you.
And I don't know, is that it? You're
Yep.
leaving the
That's it.
You're leaving the balcony as is. Okay, so the motion then is to approve the application, including forestry conditions 1 and 2, condition for permeable pavers on the driveway, and tying it to elevations and site plan drawings. Moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Clay.
Yeah, with a comment, Chair, these are large lots, large homes. The design that is being proffered here today is one that we're starting to see more of, and it is not. I don't think it's inconsistent with the Forest Hill neighborhood at all. I think it actually complements it to a certain extent. So I'm happy to second that in that kind of a context.
Okay, so the motion again was moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Clay. You've got the conditions. All in favor to approve the application? Okay, that carries unanimously. Item number 29, 407 Margaretta Street. We have before us a copy of the survey site plan, floor plans and elevations, a photograph of the subject property. We have a staff report from community planning. And we have 8 form letters in support. And the planning are asking for a condition. And I don't believe there are any. Do we have the opposition speaker? We do? Okay. All right, we have 1 opposition speaker. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. My name is Bruno Lopes from MXL Engineering at 1649 St. Clair Avenue West.
Hi, Mr. Lopez. Can you please give us a presentation, no more than 5 minutes?
Yes, absolutely. This is a very straightforward application. Again, this is a family that the kids are not the kids anymore. They are growing, so they need a little bit more space. So on that regards, the homeowner decided that we have to increase a little bit the square footage within the proper design. So we adding 9 feet to the back, so it's just a modest addition. And this addition, of course, will trigger a couple things. So the very first variance, actually, it's linked to the rear proposed deck. So the reason why that we propose this kind of design, it's almost an alternative design, not as conventional as you see in the majority of the applications, is actually we'll try to have this deck fully accessible from all the sides without railings. We have a very generous walkout door from the main floor kitchen, which is like a 4-side sliding door. And this is the reason why we want to try the opportunity to actually embellish and doing this to have a little bit, let's say, call it wider deck. The second one, it's about the floor space index, 0.6, and we are at 0.65. This is actually very, very, very minor compared to what the neighborhood usually has around the 0.8s and 0.9s. Again, the same thing about the exterior stairs, which is variance number 3. It's the encroachment and the width of the stairs. Again, just explaining it again, is we want to take the opportunity to create a set of stairs without railings. And the last one, it's number 4, it has to do with existing, or actually with landscaping. So the existing, if you see from the plans, it's actually fully concrete. So we are removing the entire concrete in behind the deck. So we're trying to do the best to our ability to create as much green space as possible. Again, MXL has been doing this for quite a while, and we know how committee usually pushes hard to have everything possible landscaped. So we put our best effort, and that's where we end up.
Okay, I'll hold all questions from members till we hear from the opposition. I'll have you back after they speak. Okay, thanks.
Hi, can folks hear me?
Hi.
Hi, my name is Toby Reed. I'm the neighbor immediately to the north in number 409 Margaretta.
Okay, sir, you have 5 minutes. We're starting the clock now. Go ahead.
So I've been in my home since summer of 2004, so next year that's 20 years. I've known the neighbors who have lived beside me for 18 or 19 years. We have an excellent relationship thus far. I understood only by receiving the variance request that they plan to sort of formally build an extension on the back of their property. My understanding is it was going to be 8 feet, although I heard 9 feet deep was mentioned at the back of the house. It will extend 2 stories tall and will be the width of the house, as I understand it, leveraging or taking advantage of the back deck area, which is currently attached and made of cement. So the first thing is, right now, my neighbors and I, we share back decks that are 30 centimeters apart. And so when I stand up on my back deck, I can look over a fence and see my neighbors, and they can do similar. Their proposal will basically turn that spot for them into a box, an extension on the back of their property. The consequence for me, well, the consequences are a few. The first, it will basically frame my back deck on the north via an existing addition and on the south via this proposed addition into brick walls. In addition to that, it will eliminate a lot of my sunlight to the south, coming from the south facing on my property, as my deck is open on the southeast facing direction. In addition to that, it will put the entire back end of my house into shade, so it will have a heating a heating cost incursion. And because of the aesthetics, I'm concerned about a property value impact, because the deck effectively becomes useless because it will be wrapped in full shade for most of the day. Let me see, there's a few other points I wanted to make. The other thing I wanted to share is that currently the neighbor's property is basically fully cemented. There is effectively very little green space for any water runoff. And so I understood that there's plans underway to consider that, although from my perspective, that is a problem. My house was built in 1904. The foundation is based of stone. And the only thing separating my house from my neighbors is a concrete.
I think we lost you.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay, it just went dead. Weird.
Okay, that's okay, I'm still here. So again, between the properties is a 30-centimeter wide cement. So I am concerned about water runoff, given that my house and my neighbors are both over 100 years old, which is problematic. The other thing I want to point out is that this is the 4th construction build that they will have done since 2016. I've already lived through 3 of them. I haven't opposed any of them. This one I'm opposing. I'm tired of living beside a persistent construction project. In addition to that, in my view, as I understand what the neighbors are doing, is they need to add a second bedroom, or rather, they need to add a bedroom to their house so that their 2 boys can be separated, as one in particular enters his teenage years. And by doing so, below it, they'll extend the kitchen. And so from my perspective, I am now facing an imposition because my neighbors failed to correctly family plan, or they failed to buy the right sized house for a family they did plan. Either way, I'm paying a price for their decision making, and I'm annoyed by it. In addition to that, let's see here. Yeah, the other thing too is the actual plan for my property is incorrect. So on the site plan, it shows 409 Margueretta as a brick dwelling, which is 100% incorrect. It has a brick front veneer. It is a wood frame house with siding. And what that means is my house basically allows a lot of my neighbors' sound, both from family and from construction projects, to permeate my abode. And so I am concerned that this plan is inadequate simply because there is an error considering the nature of my property. And that's really all the concerns that I have.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker, panel members? Mr. Clay.
Just a quick one. I'm just looking at the location map of your property relative to the proposed property. And 407 looks like it doesn't go as deep as 409 right now. I don't know, guys, can you zoom that in a little bit? No?
I can help explain that, Larry, if you'd like me to.
If you would, yeah, it's just, so my question was, like, where is 409 or 407 right now currently relative to you, and how much further back than your house would this addition go?
Yeah, so the way this drawing is depicted is if you look at the back of the house and to the north, it shows what look like clouds or maybe a separation or a garden. I'm not sure what that indicates. It's unclear to me. I'm not an architect. But what it fails to show is that the back of my property kind of has a jog. So there's a side door entranceway that into my kitchen, which isn't shown. But my kitchen basically ends right at the end of their property. So in that case, my deck kind of wraps around my property and then extends in the back of my house. But today, both of the ends of our houses are flush. And in addition to that, before I bought my house almost 20 years ago, the neighbor to the north already has a brick wall. They basically rebuilt a house, and so that brick already extends past my kitchen to the end of my deck.
Right.
And so while my neighbor's doing this build, they effectively enclose my deck in brick.
So did I hear you correctly? So right now, the length of your house and this house is roughly the same, and the addition would go on, I guess, 9 feet deeper.
That's correct, and therefore include my deck. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nipfel?
Just to clarify that point, looking at the drawing that's on the screen, you see the hatching on the proposal, big hatching. Does your house go back that far?
Yes, for the existing hatching. So the line marked with the arrow, pardon me, I'm going to read it here. It looks like it's 065 PL1 and MEAS. That arrow, that is effectively, roughly speaking, that is also the end of my property, but it's not shown again in this diagram because of the way they've cut off my property.
So the only part of the proposal that actually has direct overview over your property is the proposed two-story addition. Otherwise, your property, your house and the house next door basically are the same length.
That's correct. And in addition to that, the back half of my house is 2 stories, as is my neighbor's. And so they're flush for both 2 stories. That's correct. And so that's why we basically have shared, overlooking decks for about 18 years.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Reid. Mr. Lopez.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I've listened to the neighbor's concerns. I was aware that the neighbor expressed some concerns about the application to my client. Nonetheless, I would like to bring to committee's attention, we are not going over length allowed. We are not going over depth allowed. We are not going over height allowed, and we are not going over GFA allowed. So again, this is a very modest addition. And again, I feel that, yes, next door neighbor will be, let's call it, for a lack of a better a word, sandwich almost in between the 2 neighbors, because the neighbor from 411 already did the extension a few years ago within legality. And we are trying to do our extension as well, which again, it's within the zoning bylaw. So I feel somehow sorry for this neighbor that, probably his house is going to be a little bit shorter. But again, construction is within the bylaws. So what we're seeking as variances are things that are very, very minor. And again, the deck is going to be at the main level. There is no balconies. There is no overseeing of their backyard from 2nd floor. We are very cautious about having the windows where they are in this regard. I think this is an application that again meets the 4 tests, and it's just a very straightforward application.
Sorry, Mr. Lopez, when you were speaking just a minute ago, you said that your GFA is within the bylaw, so
correct. Is FSI?
You have a variance here for FSI.
Correct, but FSI is not GFA. So one is floor space index, and the other one is ground floor area. So in terms of coverage, we are not going what the bylaw allows us. So it's FSI, not GFA. So that's exactly what I said. So in terms of GFA, we're still compliant. It's the FSI, and for FSI, it's 0.5. So it's allowed 0.6, and we are 0.65. It's 0.5. So this is a very, very tiny minor addition.
No, I understand that. It's just that when you were speaking, it sounded like you weren't asking for any bylaw variance, but you are. So
Oh,
that's
I am.
all.
I
I'm
am.
just clarifying. Okay.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, understood. All right. I don't know who had their hand up first, Carl or Larry. You guys can fight it out.
Go for it, Larry.
I'll try. We may have the same questions. I don't know. I want to understand better the backyard, what you're proposing. I think what you said, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that it's currently paved now, and you are going to be removing some of that and increasing the soft landscaping to 21%. Is that?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that is correct. So the existing condition, everything is fully asphalt, or let's say concrete at the back. And me speaking with the owner and knowing how the committee reacts to having everything under concrete, I already pushed the design to have everything possible at the back as soft landscaping. So I do understand that staff from community planning put forth a report. And I was a bit surprised because we discussed these and they said, well, if we have any concerns, we'll get back to you. They never got back to me. But in a sense, even then, I understand what they are trying to do or to say or to lead the committee to. It's so we remove that small little portion of the deck that goes from the deck to the laneway. But however, if I remove that and I increase the landscape, which is correct, I'll have to introduce a pathway that goes from the deck to the laneway. So one way or the other is the give and take. So at the end of the day, I rather stay with this solution, which in terms of what we're trying to achieve for the landscaping will be better suited.
So when you're basically pulling the concrete in your backyard, so are you pulling it all, or just that portion goes beyond your deck? I guess what I'm asking is,
just beyond the deck, because whatever we have existing, we want to keep the existing access to the garage.
No. What I'm wondering is, are you pulling the concrete underneath where you're proposing to build your new deck?
Yes, correct. So everything should be out. Yes, correct.
Yeah. So okay. So even though you've got some deck coverage back there, which doesn't count for soft landscaping, but it'll be wooden deck, and there'll be no concrete underneath that.
Yes, it's going to be permeable.
Okay. Thanks.
Carl?
Actually, the drawing I have doesn't agree with what you just said. It says you've got a proposed concrete deck.
It might be a mistake because I actually discussed it with the owner, and I'm fine if committee wants to impose a condition to make it out of wood. I have no issues because might be an honest mistake that we have done because I discussed it with the owner and it's supposed to be wood actually.
Okay, I'm going to go one step further. Can we pull up drawing A02.02? C, first floor plan, the proposal. Yeah, that's it. The rear yard soft landscaping is really quite deficient. How would you feel about, you see, you have proposed concrete deck, now you say it's a wood deck. So if it's a wood deck, from the end of the windows across, which is, so let me see, I have to make sure, which is 4 feet, 4 1/8 inches. If you were to take that piece of the deck off, that 4 feet, 4 1/4 inches deck off, it could be turned into soft landscaping and joined with the soft landscaping at the bottom of the deck, and that would increase your soft landscaping.
I would agree with your comment. Very, very fair comment. However, this will be the place where the client will have their barbecue. So, and again, coming to the previous member of committee, Having the grass is going to be there. Let's say the soft landscaping is going to be there, but it's going to be hidden by the deck. We won't have grass, but we're going to have the same level of water absorption to meet the intent of water absorption. I'm very cognizant about that. But yes, I will understand. And at first I proposed that to the client, but he said, you know what, Bruno, I want to have a small barbecue in there.
So you
And
can accommodate.
that's the
there's
rationale
still-
behind that.
There's still room on the deck for a barbecue. I think you're still very deficient in soft landscaping. Even though the deck's wood, it's not as permeable as grass. And I would encourage you to take that rectangle of the porch, which runs from the edge of the windows to the property line. I would recommend that you turn that into soft landscaping and see what that could do with what that would do to your landscape percentages, which I think it might be very helpful.
Again, I'd like to hear from other members of committee to see if this will be a condition. We'll have to work it out.
Well, I guess I think all of us, if you've been listening all day, all of us are looking for more landscaping. So if you can make it work, or if you need to talk to your client, I'm happy to stand this down and move on and come back to you in, 5, 10, 15 minutes, however long you need.
Again, if committee feels the way it goes, I spoke to my client. I know where he stands, but I'll convince him to it is what it is and move on with his life. If he wants to have the project approved, this is a condition. We're gonna go with the condition.
Well, it's
I'll
not.
take this
It
then.
wouldn't be a condition. We would need a number that the percentage and the meter square would change to. So if you're going with the section that Mr. Nipfel is suggesting, how quickly can you give me a calculation? Because if it's going to
I would say that it's what is recommended by city planning. We will follow what city planning is recommending. That 2 point something square meters, which that's what it comes to.
Carl, is that equal to what you're thinking?
I'm not sure. Let me see.
Yeah, because it's 2.038 times 1.325. So that's exactly what planning was requesting.
That same amount.
Yes, correct. I was trying to all costs to avoid, because this is the wish of the client, right? So, but if this is going to be the condition, we will adhere to the condition.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Are there any?
Madam Chairman, that sounds as though exactly what planning was recommending.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions, panel members? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. Let's take it into committee for a decision then.
Sorry, through you, Madam
Yes.
Chair. So should we be making an amendment to the variance then?
I'm not sure.
Based on the planning report?
Yeah.
Well, then I still need a percentage.
Yeah.
And Mr. Lopez, if we're going to make it in line with the planning report, staff is suggesting that we need to amend variance number 5. So I'm going to need the percentages and the percent and the meter squared.
Okay, so right now we have 2461.
Right.
And we're gonna add two, if you bear with me, 2.6 and 6. So we're gonna go to 2721.
2721, and what is that in the percentage?
So I have to do some calculations here. So I'm lost here on the meters. So 24.61 plus 2.6, we're gonna 27.21. So we need 57. I think we're going to work out to 23.22%.
23.22%.
21. Yeah, 21%.
All right. Okay, 23.2% then.
Correct.
And through you, Madam Chair, looking at the planning staff report, the first condition, I believe that variance number 3 is to be revised. And Mr. Lopez, you can tell me if that's correct.
Absolutely, because we're supposed to be at 0.45 meters, and that variance now it's gone.
You're eliminating the variance altogether?
That doesn't make sense, does it? Aren't you revising it?
Number 1.
In the planning department report.
So hang on. So you're talking about variance number 1 is removed? No, the staff was talking about the width of the stairs, which is variance number 3. So wouldn't it be amended to 3.048 meters?
The issue that I have with that as well, if you can go back to the drawings, is that the 3.04 is that they want to eliminate the steps from the door into the driveway.
Okay.
So staff report, it's again, I think they didn't express themselves correct, because they want to remove and create this area, but they have no issue with being close to the neighbor's yard. However, suppose not to be just the 3048, but it should be added 1.35 to the north, let's call it. So yes, it's a bit confusing.
Well, I maybe so, but I think that if you don't want this adopted is what you're saying, and I'm saying that
correct,
if members want to adopt it, then it would amend that variance number 3.
Yes, and we'll start to spin the wheel very fast here, because it will trigger even probably number 1 as well to be changed. Because we are not now at 0.45, we are actually more right now as we speak, right? So if we decide to remove that portion of the deck to the north side to create more landscaping like we are doing, as well, variance number 1, I guess it's going to be eliminated, because we need to be at 0.45 meters from lot line, and we're going to be now at 1.325 meters.
Okay.
Except, can I just, the planning department suggestion is that maybe we could pull up the site plan again. The planning department request is that you make that deck shorter. Right?
Correct. But
and you and I were talking about, well, if you did that, you could increase landscaping, all of which is good. But the planning department's very specific. They're saying they want it shorter by a certain degree. They want it's to have a maximum north-south width of 10 feet. That's a lot smaller than you have on your plan.
Absolutely. But if we do it like that, condition number 2 doesn't make sense, because that 2.6 square meters is the elimination of just the one side of the deck, let's call it, past the 10 feet, correct? Because we have the 10 feet it's the door. So we have some to the north side of the door, and we have some to the south side of the door. My understanding was that staff would like to remove the portion to the south side of the door. However, committee, from what we're deciding right now, is to remove the north side of the door.
Would it make sense? I mean, deferrals are a horrible thing, but this is not, I frankly don't disagree with what planning's proposing here. And they're basically suggesting that you remove a substantial portion of the back patio deck and turn it into soft landscaping. I don't frankly think we should be negotiating whether it should be bigger than planning's suggesting. I have no trouble with planning's recommendation. If you have difficulty with it, maybe you need to negotiate a bit more with planning.
I'll rather go with the committee wants to decide today. If you really feel that we should follow planning 100%, I'll go with planning 100%. Again, I think planning
Can I just chime in here, because we're spending a lot of time on this negotiating here on the floor, and that's not what we're here to do. I can tell you, based on what I'm hearing from the members, that we are inclined to go with what planning wants to do. And everybody is nodding their head, yes. So if either, so your option is a deferral, which I don't think after spending this much time is a great idea. So we would like to have these conditions imposed. So either,
Absolutely.
okay, so does that then eliminate variance number 1?
No.
Yes, it will.
Sorry?
I don't believe so, Chair.
No? Okay,
If-
I only
no,
say
if-
that because this is what the applicant was saying earlier,
No,
so I.
the reason I say that is that if we stick with planning recommendations, which I think, then the deck will be reduced on the south side, which means they still needs the variance for setback on the north side.
Okay, so then basically variance 3 gets amended to read 3.048 meters. Variance 5 becomes 23.2%, which equals 27.21 meters squared. That's as per your calculation, right, Mr. Lopez? So
Yes, correct.
those would be the 2 amendments.
Correct.
Okay. So, Sabrina, that's good? Okay. So, panel members, is there anything else? Mr. Clay?
I was just going to move a motion on this one, Chair. Move it along. First of all, I just want to acknowledge Mr. Reed's call and input. I do think, however, that the fact that this is only going back 9 feet isn't a terrible imposition on the neighbors, and each of the other neighbors already have 2-story additions off their back, so I don't think it'll be a dramatic impact on them. We also have a number of neighbors around the area that are supportive of this. So I think, based on our discussion, that I'd like to move approval of this application the amended application, which now includes planning's recommendations. I'd also like to put a condition in that deck be, because the site plan is inaccurate, I'd like a condition that deck be constructed of wood.
Okay. Okay, so that motion then is moved by Mr. Clay with the condition that the deck be constructed of wood. As I said, variance number 3 is 3.048 meters. Variance 5, 23.2%, which equals 27.21 meters square. Moved by Mr. Clay. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Bayat? All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 30. 365 Roncesvalles Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation. We have a zoning applicable law certificate that affects this property. We have 1 variance before us, and I am only showing the agent as a speaker. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, you do. This is, Madam Chair, this is Tom Knezich of Solaris Architecture. I'm the agent and the architect.
Okay, good afternoon. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Niffel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm inclined to suggest that there be privacy screening on the north and south edges of the second floor deck, but there may be something that I'm not aware of about the existing building. Could you comment on that?
Sorry, in which sense? This is, we have been approved for, and we actually have a building permit to renovate the second floor and add a 3rd floor.
Yeah, no, there's a deck on the second floor as well. Is there not incorporated in that plan?
There is at the rear, yes.
Yeah, and I'm suggesting that you might need screening on the north and the south edges to prevent overlook, but you know the site much better than I do. Is there an overlook problem and is screening warranted?
There is not. There isn't really an overlook problem, but yeah, we don't. I mean, we had proposed a screen on the south side of the. You can actually see it. You just passed it.
Yeah.
We've actually drawn one in.
Yeah.
You can see it on the left there, wood privacy in the elevation. We had one on the south side.
Okay, and you don't think there's necessary for one on the north side?
I mean, in fact, not really. We're a little removed from that property line, but I don't think it's something we'd object to. And in fact, I think our client might be in favor of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was my only question. That's the only difficulty I had with the application. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else? All right, we're ready to make a decision. Mr. Knazik, anything you want to add before we go into committee?
No, not unless you have any questions.
Nope, that was it, just the one from Mr. Niffel. So we're in committee, panel members. Mr. Niffel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have no difficulty with this application personally. Excuse me, I think it's reasonable. I think it fits in very nicely with the fabric on the street. The only condition that I think makes any sense at all is to have north and south edge screening on the second floor deck. Subject to that condition, I'd like to move approval.
Okay, do I have a seconder, Mr. Bayat? So motion to approve with the condition for screening on the deck, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 31, 136 Kenilworth Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of trees on the property, covering letter from the agent, previous decisions affecting properties in the area on Kenilworth Avenue, decisions affecting the subject property, copy of correspondence sent to neighbors by the homeowners. We have a staff report from forestry asking for condition number 1. We have 2 form letters of support from residents at 118 and 134, the latter being adjacent, and only showing the agent as a speaker. Okay, do I have the agent online?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of committee. My name is David Smith, here representing the homeowners at 136 Kenilworth. My address is 401 Craven Road here in Toronto.
Okay, good afternoon. Panel members, any questions for Mr. Smith? Seeing none? Okay, sir, we don't have any questions. Ready to make a decision on this one. Is there anything you want to add before we take it into committee? Anything that's not in the submissions?
I think everything is quite straightforward.
Okay, thank you. All right, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I would agree with the agent that it is very straightforward. I thought this was a good design. The massing is completely towards the rear, and I don't think it has any major impact on the adjoining neighbors. I do note from the elevations that the third floor balcony is already proposed to be screened, so I think that's good. The variances among themselves are really relatively minor. So I think it's a supportable application. I'm prepared to move approval subject to forestry condition number 1.
Alrighty. Mr. Bayat seconds, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Bayat, including the forestry condition. Yep, Larry?
Larry, would you consider a friendly amendment to tie, to either tie it to plans or elevations, the rear elevation, or comment on or make a condition about the screening? Because it's shown on there, but
yeah,
you need to somehow tie it down.
Well, let's tie it to plans then. I'm fine with that.
Okay, so it's the rear elevation that that it's shown on.
It's on the side elevation, right?
On the side elevation.
It's on the rear as well. It's on. He did a good job. It's on all the elevations.
Okay. All right, so are we okay with the rear then? Or all elevations? We'll just tie it to the elevations. Okay, so forestry number 1, condition to tie to elevations, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Just one comment, Madam Chairman. That is an excellent letter to the neighbors.
Thank you for that. Well done, Mr. Smith. All right, item number 32, 19 Algonquin Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, copy of the landscape plan, and 2 photographs of trees on the property. We have a chart of previous Committee of Adjustment decisions regarding GFA and the surrounding area. We have forestry asking for condition number 2, and then we have another forestry report. Support from adjacent neighbors at 17 and 21. Opposition from 301 Wright Avenue. I am showing one speaker. Do we have them? Okay.
Yes. My name is Tom Sprague.
All right, you're back with us again today.
Yes, okay.
All right.
I'll give you my address again. It's 156 Duncan Mill Road, and the firm name Sprague and Company Architects.
Okay, I do have somebody who wants to speak, so maybe you could do a brief presentation, no more than 5 minutes.
Okay, certainly. I'll go through a bit of background on this application. First of all, the owners have lived in their home now for 10 years, and they do require some additional living space. They like to build a small additions at the rear on the first floor and the second floor. I should say that there's only one variance really before you, and that has to do with the floor space index. And for your information, the existing floor space index is actually 0.82 times. So we're going up to 0.9 times with what we're proposing to do. With respect to the other homes in the areas, I said I submitted in showing other examples that you have on file there. So what's being proposed here is certainly in keeping with other homes, some of which are quite large in terms of the floor space index. So I think that certainly ties in well that way. There was a question just with the forestry and the shed, which is at the back, and basically there's a shed there already, but we're replacing that. So we'll, part of our condition of getting an arborist report, we'll deal with them on that. So if the location had to change or something, but so we'll deal with that in there. But it's actually, if you can see, there's a corner of the shed that's there now at the back, I believe. Anyway, just in summary, I feel that both the neighbors, as mentioned, that you mentioned, are totally supportive of what they're being proposed. I feel that what's here is very reasonable. There's no other variances like height, length, everything else. And I feel it's a very reasonable proposal, very appropriate, and in my opinion, minor in nature.
Thanks a lot. I'll have you back after we hear from,
thank you.
from the neighbor.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to listen to my concerns regarding the construction at 19 Algonquin. I support the overall development of the project. Anything that it helps to make Hyde Park a better place to live, it's great. There were just a few concerns that I just wanted to bring up, and I can see the architect has actually dealt with one of them. I'll just get that off, was the privacy fences that were on the second and third story to the left and the right of the neighbors in the backyard, which was great. I saw that update. Another issue would start at the top. I just noticed that they're doing a renovation on top of an existing open permit. And I just wanted to hear anything from the architect. Is there going to be issues that you can have an open permit with another open permit on top of the same project? Are they going to be different? Because this was done in 2015, the original permit. Are there going to be issues with the city regarding the permit? Wouldn't it be wiser just to close off that permit so we can actually start this permit fresh and clean? That's one concern. And the other issue was the auxiliary building. Maybe the architect can give us further insight. Is it a storage shed, or is it one of the sheds that are, people have been converting into living space, like a dining outdoor area, and to the committee, would that actually change the overall qualification of that item. And I did notice, and he did bring it up with the tree protection. I did notice that they are doing new breaking ground in the back area where there's an existing tree that's just right beside it. So I didn't know if they were privy to say putting up, if it's just a shed, putting something like a permeable paver there, or elevate the shed on a platform just to prevent any further disruption of the root system. It's just a thought out there. And then that's basically it. But overall, I do like how the project is. It does look nice. It's something that, hopefully more neighbors can do as well. But thank you for your time.
Hi, I just need you to identify yourself, name and address.
Oh,
for the
sorry.
record.
Oh, I apologize. My name is Charles Breck. I'm from 301 Wright Avenue. Sorry.
No worries, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? No? Thank you very much, Mr. Gregg.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Mr. Sprague, could you please answer the questions that were raised?
Yes, I can answer that quite clearly. We were aware of the letter, which was identifying, I guess he went to determine that there was an outstanding permit, which was done, work was done in the basement. It was a basement renovation evidently in 2014, and it was supposedly closed out. And since this has been brought to our attention now, the owner is actually following up with the city to close that out. But it's a totally separate entity from what we're proposing here. Weren't even aware it was open, so that will be dealt with. Secondly, the point with respect to the shed at the back, it's a shed. That's all it is. It's no intention to make it a garden suite or anything other than that. So, and with respect to that, we're going to have to do with terms of how to finish around it. We're going to be dealing with urban forestry, and that was one of the conditions number 2, which you would certainly put on it. And so we'll be dealing with all that with them. It'll have to be to their satisfaction.
Okay.
I think that's the points really that were raised, but wasn't aware of that outstanding permit, so I appreciate bringing that to our attention. The owner thought it had been closed out too, so the builder's looking at that from the person that did the work in 2014.
Great. Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Sprague? All right, sir, we're ready to take this into committee. So panel members, any comments? Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is an extremely straightforward application, and concerns with balcony screening have already been dealt with. So I don't see any issue with this particular application. I believe there's only a forestry number 2 condition. And with that in mind, I'd like to move approval of the application.
Would you consider a friendly amendment to say that the balcony screening is to be provided as proposed on the drawings? Because it's shown on all the drawings.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so with that additional condition and forestry number 2, motion to approve, moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sabrina, did you say 34 was asking for deferral? Okay. All right. Panel members, we're just going to go to item 34 and deal with the deferral first. So that is 45 Lanark Avenue. Just let me change files here. 1 second. Okay, so 45 Lanark Avenue, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation, and presentation materials from Ms. Evangelista. No speakers other than Ida. Ida, are you there?
I'm here. Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here.
You're asking for deferral?
Actually, I am not. I was asked by staff to ask for a deferral because of apparently the notice the description was not correct.
Okay. Yeah.
That would be something that maybe Sabrina can chime in on.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. The purpose of application needs to be amended to reflect what the purpose is actually before committee. and we need to send out new notices.
When can you get it back on the agenda? Or is it still July or?
No, through you, Madam Chair, I believe it's June the 14th, Ida?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so a deferral to resend out because of the purpose, and you'll be back on the agenda June 14th. Okay, panel members, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to move deferral to allow the applicant to adjust the purpose and have new circulation.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Bayat, so that's moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that deferral motion carries. Item number 33. 43 Glendonwynnene Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation. We have an arborist report and tree protection plan prepared by Tree and Ravine, Inc. And we have one person who has a concern. Do you have them? Okay. Do you have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm the agent of this application. My name is Addison Milne Price. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services located at 900 the East Mall, Suite 300.
Good afternoon. I have one person listed as having a concern. Are you okay with hearing the concerns first? Or, because I'm not sure if they're objecting or listening, because this was I just got this about half an hour ago. So are you okay if I go to them first, just to see if they want to speak, and if they want a presentation, I'll come back to you?
Absolutely, that makes sense to me.
Okay, great.
Through you, Madam Chair, we're just going to attempt to call this person who was previously registered but isn't registered anymore.
So this is Julia.
This is Julia, yeah.
All right, so while they're doing that then, Mr. Milne Price, I'm going to see if my members have any questions for you. Nobody has any questions. Is there anything that you want to tell us that you think we should know that's not in the submissions? Or how your day's going, you know, whatever.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. It's always a pleasure to be at the Committee of Adjustment. What I suppose I'll state is that there are no formal comments submitted by any municipal departments, and I was not aware of any members of the public in opposition to the application. Seems like that's understood, as this notice was recently, 1 hour ago, given to the committee. Perhaps what I'll just note is that the first variance pertains to the maximum building depth. It's a difference of 60 centimeters above what is permitted as of right. And I'll note that the 60 centimeters is largely a result of the existing first-story bay window at the front of the dwelling, as well as the second-story box bay projecting from a portion of the rear main wall. If you look at the site plan, you'll notice that the distance between the front main wall and the rear main wall is less than 17 meters. It's compliant with the building depth. The additional depth is entirely a result of these aforementioned building features. Hence, this variance will have little to no massing impact further than what's already being contemplated by the zoning bylaw.
Okay, I think staff, did you get a hold of this? Oh, we have this person on the line, so let me just see what the concerns are, and then I'll come back to you.
Hi, Julia, you've been unmuted. Can you hear us?
Julia? Hello, Julia?
Through you, Madam Chair, this is the second time you've tried calling this person in. I don't think they're going to be attending the hearing.
Okay. All right. Mr. Milton Price, I think we're ready to make a decision on this one, and thank you for giving us a bit of an overview, and glad to hear your day's going well and that you're enjoying being with us all day.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
All right. Okay, we're in committee. Mr. Niffel. Oh, everybody has their hand up after
Okay.
you know.
We want to move it along. Madam Chairman, this is very straightforward. The variances are minor. The proposed construction is minor. I can't see there being any negative impacts. I'd like to move approval of the application without any conditions.
Okay, Larry and Sahir, you both had your hands up at the same time. Who wants to take this one?
I'm happy to defer to Zahir.
All right. So motion to approve moved by Mr. Niffel, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item number 35, 64 Drayton Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation, a revised site plan showing the front porch and stairs set back from the north lot line. We have one photograph of a tree on the subject property, and forestry is asking for condition number 1. Not showing any opposition speakers. Do we have the agent on the line?
Yes, very good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Hi.
Nelson Espinola here as the agent for this application.
Hi. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Niffel?
Very quickly, just so I haven't missed anything, can you tell me there's a revised site plan. What was revised?
Mr. Espinola, if you're talking, I can't hear you at all.
Yes, what was revised was the front porch and the stairs leading down to the side of the deck.
But
I'm sorry, to the front of the deck.
No, I don't mean what you're asking for. There's two site plans. There's an original site plan and then a revised site plan, and I don't know what's been revised, and I just wondered if you could point out what the difference is between the two site plans.
Yeah.
If we've just got them twice, then that's fine.
Sorry?
Okay. I just need to go back to the drawings here and see what was revised. I don't recall at this point.
Madam Chairman, I don't want to hold it up. I can't see a difference. If there isn't a difference, that's fine. I'm completely in support of the application and would be happy to move a motion of approval.
Okay, Mr. Espinola, we're ready to make a decision on this. Anything else you want to add before we take it into committee?
No, there's nothing to add. I think the only revision was a bit of a landscape strip that was added besides the stairs going up to the deck. I think that was it.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Clay, or I'm sorry, Mr. Nipfel, we're in committee, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to move approval of the application subject to forestry condition number 1. It's extremely minor. The variances are reasonable, and it mimics what's happening on adjacent properties.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Bayat, so motion to approve with forestry number 1, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Item number 36, 12 Boulton Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. That's it. We have one variance before us. No opposition. Actually, do we have the person of interest? Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Hi there, Jeffrey Moot, Principal, Moot Architect, agent on behalf of the owner.
Hi, Mr. Moot. I have somebody who's listed in interest. I'm just like to see if they're actually in opposition or if it's just a few minor concerns and then come back to you.
Sure thing.
If that's okay with you? Okay. Do you have Ms. Fitzpatrick?
Susie, you've been unmuted.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you in opposition to this, or do you have?
No, I'm not.
Do you have some concerns?
I just wanted to make sure, given the house is as old as it is, and in need of so much TLC, that I just wanted to voice my concern as an attached neighbor that everything is done above board with permits where necessary and with as minimal impact on our tiny backyards as possible.
Okay. Well, let me ask the agent to respond to that, and hopefully moving forward, either the agent or the neighbors can have ongoing discussions with you while this is all happening. Mr. Moot?
Absolutely. Thank you for coming out today. Yeah, we have had some structural engineering reviews already to review foundations, footings, just to ensure that the proposed addition is feasible. And so there will be some replacement of structural members which have rotted out over the years due to neglect. The proposed addition itself, I believe there has been discussions between the owner, my client, and Susie about cladding choices as it pertains to the sort of exposed building wall that would be visible from her property. So I think there's a decent relationship there, and moving forward, she will be consulted on some of the finishing choices. But yeah, please be assured that architecturally speaking, and in regards to structural engineering, that the building will be reviewed, and the proposal is considered feasible. And other concerns, I think, will be dealt with during the building permit stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for the agent, panel members? Okay, Mr. Moot, we're ready to make a decision on this one. Anything you want to add before we go into committee?
No, thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Clay and then Mr. Bayat.
Oh, thanks. I was just going to move a motion, Chair. I think this is a very, very straightforward, very simple, one variance, very minor variance request for a modest addition onto the rear of the dwelling. So I think it's quite supportable. I'm happy to move a motion to approve with no conditions.
Okay, and Mr. Bayat second. So motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Okay, we have one more item in this time slot, so if we can do that, and then maybe we'll take a break, okay? Item number 37, 135 Roxborough Drive. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a revised zoning notice, 6 archival photographs of the subject property showing the original integral garage, correspondence from the agent, email correspondence from transportation. They don't have any concerns. We have forestry asking for refusal of variances 1 and 2. And then we have 11 form letters in support signed by owners and occupants of Roxborough Drive, Binscarth, Douglas Drive, Edgar Avenue, and St. Andrews Gardens and South Drive. Correspondence expressing concern at 32 Binscarth Road, 139 Roxborough, and another letter in the supplemental from 32 Binscarth Road. And I do not show any opposition speakers listed. Do we have the agent on the line?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. The agent is no longer going to be using the revised zoning notice. They're just going to continue with the original zoning notice and the variances.
So that's the 4 variances that are on the screen that
Yes.
we have? Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Yep, sure. Okay, do we have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Mike Oliveira. I'm here representing 135 Roxborough Drive, and I'm with Replacement Designs located at 911 Davenport Road.
Okay, you're aware of the forestry refusal report?
Yes, so if I can speak to that briefly for a moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we are aware of the refusal report from Forestry, but we believe that this isn't taking into consideration the existing characteristics of the lot. The existing building length and depth are already over. We're actually improving on this. If you bring up the existing site plan, you can see that there's a large curved extension. You can just pull it up a little bit more there. Yeah, perfect. So if you see how there's those double stairs and curved portion at the very back of the property, we're actually removing all of that. So we're actually improving the overall building length and depth, as it's just going to basically be cut off there as a straight line. And our proposed one-story addition is actually being built over that existing footprint, which you can see in this proposed site plan. Perfect. Yeah. So the edge of the deck there is actually the edge of the basement, which is going to be remaining. So we're actually improving on our building length and depth by quite a bit on the existing portion of the dwelling. And our proposed addition is actually set back from that even more so. So in relation, our building length changes from 23.75 meters down to 21.16, and our building depth changes from 24.43 meters existing to 23.27. And again, our proposed addition from that is removed even more so. So these items aren't really being considered in their current context of the property. It seems to be referred to in the report as if these are just new variances we're adding, when really it's an improvement that we're providing here. It also doesn't take into consideration that we're not really affecting the roots of these trees. Again, this is existing building length and depth. So there's no new disturbances really on those root structures. And our proposed addition is actually just barely cutting into the TPZ zone if you look at the proposed site plan. Also, this report doesn't take into account that we've already been dealing with urban forestry for well over a month now. We've even had on-site meetings with a different examiner. This report was prepared by Zin, who I understand does all the reports to the Committee of Adjustment, but it doesn't acknowledge the fact that we've already been meeting with forestry and have had on-site discussions with them, which have been quite fruitful. We've been listening to them and seeing what we can do to kind of mitigate any concerns. And I think the fact that we're building over that existing footprint does take care of that quite well. So I just ask if committee does approve us today that we use the typical inclusion of an application to injure or remove a tree, which we are already in the process of.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. D'Oliveira?
Chair, I'm just trying to understand the tree issue that forestry has raised. So what I think I heard Mike say is that there's no plan to injure the tree in question. It sounds like there's a couple of neighbors that are concerned about that tree as well. So we just need to understand exactly what you're proposing to do and how it relates to what forestry is telling us.
Yeah, so in terms of the report, you're right. This is a tree that's been brought up by a couple of the neighbors' letters as well. If you bring back our proposed site plan again for just a moment. If you zoom into the back end there a little bit more, please. You can kind of see a dashed, sorry, can you just zoom back into the site plan there? But the proposed site plan that you were on just now. And if you can just scroll to the addition portion, perfect. A little too far. Sorry. A little bit more. All right, perfect. So if you look at the dashed outline there, that's the existing curve, which includes the stairs that we've removed as part of our proposal. And that straight line there, which is the edge of the deck, is the end of the basement level as well. So the way the report's written, it seems to imply that our proposed length and building depth are new variances where it's actually much worse. If you were to measure to the actual curved portion there, we're improving on those conditions. So if anything, we're going to be taking off any weight from those roots if they are even affected. So we're actually improving on the condition for the tree, which I don't believe the report really takes into account.
So you have no intention of harming the tree or removing the tree?
It is something that's in discussions right now, what the extent of our application will actually do to the tree, but right now what we're proposing would essentially be more so an injury if even applicable, or realistically I think we're improving the condition. It's kind of hard to say exactly how forestry will approve it in the end, but we are in discussions with them about how to maintain this as much as possible.
Well, if committee does go ahead and approve without the forestry refusal conditions, you would still have to submit a complete application to permit or injure privately owned trees. And then they would monitor through there.
Yes, which is what we're currently in for as well. So that's why I think this report that was submitted was a little unclear, as it doesn't acknowledge the fact that we've already been dealing with forestry.
But if I understand you correct, you're actually not going to be digging any further than it's already been dug, right? You're going to be less.
Correct. Bearing any slight post required for the stairs itself, the deck, and everything else has already been dug in that portion. So there wouldn't be any new major excavations required.
Mr. Bayat, did you have a question?
Yeah, just to clarify for my own thinking, I'm looking at Z2, and just for my own understanding, I noticed this, the outline of the existing dwelling that was curved, the semicircular piece, that's going. The proposed deck, that's above ground, I take it?
Yes, but that's over the basement footprint. The whole lot is sloped towards the rear, which is why we have a variance in relation to the elevation in relation to the street level as well.
And the basement is existing?
Yes.
So as far as the tree on the left-hand side, as I'm looking at the drawing, the circumference of that tree, that's already been impacted through existing structures. It's not as additional digging.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
So it's tree. If you look at forestry staff report 2, there's a photograph of tree number 1. Like, is that the one we're all talking about?
The one where you see a portion of the stairs, that's correct.
Yeah, so that's the one. So what you're saying is you're going to try, everyone's going to try and preserve that tree. I mean, it looks like if you're going to be extending a deck out there, maybe you might have to trim some branches or something like that, but the plan is to try and keep the tree.
Well, yes, and that deck is actually existing if you go back to our previous plan again, but it's being proposed as new here just because we've changed kind of the outline of that deck. So we've removed the 2 sets of stairs at the back, and there's been a little reconfiguring here, as you can see with the other dashed line showing part of the first floor that was removed in order to do our 1-story addition.
Right. So I'm no expert on this stuff, but that looks like there's a fair amount of separation from the trunk of the tree to your existing extension.
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay.
Are there any more questions? Okay, Mr. Niffel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a quick point to the applicant. The proposed deck is raised. It's quite high, and it presents overlook problems for the adjacent owners. I think it needs screening on either side. I guess it's the east and west sides. Do you have any problem with that?
That's certainly something we're amendable to. As I did mention, this is an existing deck, and we do have support letters from the neighbors on either side as well. So
And the
there
only
has been
other-
any concerns from them, but if that is something that the committee would like, that's doable.
The only other thing is, you don't have a landscape deficiency, but there's a large portion of the rear yard that's going to be paved to provide access to the garage. Is that asphalt or is it some more decorative kind of paving?
The final material hasn't been solidified yet, but we are open to doing something that would be permeable there if required. We are trying to deal with the water on site as early as possible here with different drainage options.
So if a condition was placed that you have permeable pavers on the rear, how would you describe that? It's not
The
really the
rear
driveway.
yard hard surface be permeable
Yeah.
pavers?
Yeah, would that be okay with you? Would that pose problems?
We are trying to deal with the water through drainage close to the home itself. So if it's possible to do that with permeable pavers and still have some sort of drainage be along the edge there, then that is something we'd be open to.
Okay.
Not sure exactly how that would work for permeable paving at the same time, but we are trying to slope the water away from the neighbors here as is required with any building permit and is brought up in one of the neighbors' letters of concern as well.
Okay, if we didn't put a condition about permeable pavers, your objective is to control or to allow for percolation or to control runoff. Have you got a suggestion as to what we might say in that regard in terms of a condition? And I don't want to belabor the point. I mean, I really think you made the point and made it very clearly that this is a dramatic improvement over existing conditions. And the removal of that gigantic Versailles staircase at the back is only going to help the trees. So, I mean, I think what's before us is an improvement over existing conditions. So I don't want to belabor it, but I do think that there would be some merit in reconsidering the paving in the rear yard from asphalt. I also don't want to put a condition in that is going to preclude a drainage solution that you're negotiating or that you feel strongly in favor of.
Yeah, I'd have to be at the mercy of staff from the city there on how best to word that. As I said, drainage is mandated with any building permit to be contained along your own lot. So I don't know if that's sufficient enough for the committee to proceed. But besides wording like that, I'm not sure how a committee would look at it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee then for a decision. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is a good application, and as I stated earlier, I agree with the applicant that it's an improvement over the existing conditions. I think the forestry condition, which would be to deny variances number 1 and 2, is in this case I think is somewhat unreasonable. It basically would prevent expansion of the building at all. I don't think there would be a reasonable way of accommodating an expansion and without variances 1 and 2. I also think the removal of all that stuff at the back of the building, stairs and decks and so forth, is helpful. I am inclined to think that something other than asphalt in the rear yard would be desirable, but I don't want to risk interfering with the negotiations that are underway about drainage. So I'm inclined to not put a condition in and to rely upon the designer's goodwill that he'll come up with a solution that deals with the drainage issues that have been identified. What else have I got? The ground floor deck is substantially raised above the level of grade, and I think it requires screening on the east and west. And subject to a forestry condition number 2, I believe it is, and the screening, I'd like to move approval of the application.
forestry number 2, do we also have to include the, or is it the same as the one in the report? It's the same.
I thought it was the same. Yeah.
Hold on, I'm just looking. Yeah, it's the same. It's just a little more long-winded in the report. Mr. Clay? Are you seconding?
I was going to second that, Chair.
Okay, so motion to approve, including the forestry condition, and then the condition for screening on the rear deck, east and west side, and then you don't want anything for the permeable, Mr. Nipfel, is that right?
No, I think I trust the applicant. He's very interested in solving a drainage problem and making sure that there aren't difficulties. And if we put a surface condition in that interferes with that discussion, I would feel that was the wrong thing to do. So no, I wouldn't put a condition in about the surfacing in the backyard.
Okay, so that's moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries. All right, so we're going to take a break. Okay, we're going to take a break till 6 o'clock, and then we'll come back with item number 38, which is 425 Russell Hill Road. All right, the next item is item number 38, 425 Russell Hill Road. Committee had before us, we had a copy of the minutes from the December 7th, 2022 Panel B public hearing, copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Sorry, I don't understand why. It's shut off and it still rings. All right. We have a revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from Franco Romano, correspondence between the solicitor on behalf of the neighbor at 423 and Patrick Sweeney, the solicitor on behalf of Forest Range Developments, and minutes of settlement between 427 and Forest Range Developments. And those things all came in our supplemental agenda. We have email correspondence from the application technician, Committee of Adjustment. We have Forestry's asking for condition number 2, and Transportation is asking for reduction in the driveway width to 3 meters. We have correspondence expressing concern from 427, and then correspondence in opposition from the solicitor for the owners of 423 Russell Hill. And I am showing 2 speakers listed. Do we have them both? Okay. Do you have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Franco Romano here on behalf of the owner.
Hi. So I have 2 speakers on behalf of 423 and 427, so both adjacent property owners. But I understand there's also minutes of settlement. Is that with respect to one or both?
Thank you for that question, Madam Chair. There's actually minutes of settlement with respect to 427 Russell Hill Road, and there is the revised set of drawings that were submitted and on the AIC dated May 8th, stamped by the Committee of Adjustment. Those reflect the revisions that the owners of 423 have accepted. And with respect to those revised plans also show the 3 meter wide revision that Transportation Services has asked for.
Okay. I'm just don't know that if we need a presentation, or would it be better for me to go to the opposition speakers since you have been in negotiations with them? I'll just
happy to go to the other speakers, and then you can come back to me, Madam Chair, and I can answer any questions and provide some clarification if necessary.
So why don't we do that, since you've been in communication with them anyway, and that way we'll get a better sense of, what we need from you. So, okay, so can we go to the first opposition speaker then?
Good afternoon, evening. It's Rival Ukivi here. Can you just confirm that you can hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Yes, we have reached an agreement with the owners of 425 Russell Hill Road. The drawings filed May 8th reflect the changes along the I guess the northern boundary of my client's southern boundary of the proponent's property, where they've increased provided an additional setback along a portion of that property line. And so the agreement is that the revised drawings May 8th would be approved with a condition that the building be built in accordance with the plans as filed. I don't propose to belabor that point any further tonight.
Okay, thank you. If we could go to the second speaker.
Good evening. This is Patrick Duffy. I am counsel for 425, the owners of 425 Russell Hill. I just asked for confirmation that you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. So much like the other neighbors, we have reached a resolution with respect to 425 Russell Hill. There were filed minutes of settlement that have been filed with the committee, and we filed a letter identifying that we are withdrawing our previous objection with respect to this proposal, provided that it is approved on the basis that it be done substantially in accordance with the architectural drawings that have been filed. We registered to speak this evening because new drawings had been filed on Monday, and we had seen all of those, but we have had an opportunity to have correspondence with the applicant and are satisfied that the variance can proceed on that basis. So again, we are withdrawing our opposition to this variance.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. So panel members, do you have any questions for either of the two speakers? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Romano. So actually, before I come to you, can we attach, Sabrina, the minutes of settlement, or do we just, because there was, can't remember if they're in the supplemental, I think.
Yes, they are. And the revised plans are in the supplemental as well.
Is there anything in here that pertains to the variances that we need to? Yeah, so Sabrina,
Madam
I
Chairman,
had it highlighted, like this section under the redevelopment of applicant property. Go ahead, Mr. Nipfel.
Could we confirm with Mr. Romano that the condition that transportation is asking for doesn't affect the minutes of settlement and the plans? Because the minutes of a settlement basically say you'll build in accordance with the plans. So we've got the plans, but there's a condition from transportation, and is that reflected in the plans, I guess, is what we need to know.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that question. One of the principal reasons why I had the complete set of plans drawn up and submitted, and they're on the AIC for May 8th. They're a little different than the ones attached to the minutes of settlement. So the ones on them that are on the AIC dated May 8th do not conflict with the minutes of settlement, and they do provide the 3-meter driveway width that transportation services have asked for. And one of the reasons why I'd asked the architect to incorporate that condition is so then it would not conflict, the two matters would not conflict.
So if we reference the drawings that are in the middle minutes of settlement, they need to be the ones that are on the AIC, not the ones dated May, whatever. Is that correct?
Carl, the revised plans in the supplemental agenda, is that not showing 3 meters width? Can you just double check?
I think Franco confirmed that, yeah.
Yeah,
yes.
I thought he said the AIC, but I'm just our supplemental agenda, I think.
And
yes, the plans on the AIC, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, the plans on the AIC that are date stamped May 8th are the ones that are in your supplemental agenda.
Okay, so they're the same ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those are the ones that accommodate well, they show the 3-meter wide driveway.
Okay, that's great.
Accommodate the building setback revision that we had made along the south side of the building with respect to Mr. Ukivi's clients, 423 Russell Hill Road. So those are the plans that we would be asking to be building substantially in accordance with.
Thank you.
Sure, I'm not sure we don't need to reference the minutes of settlement. Those are an agreement between two private parties. And what we have to deal with, I think, is the variances and the site plans that support that. I don't think we need to reference the minutes. I think they're a separate legal agreement between interested parties.
No, you're right. I was just looking at some of the portions inside of them.
Through you, Madam Chair, I agree. I think it's just based on the variances that are before you, and then whether or not you want to tie to the revised site plan dated May 8th.
So we also don't need the transportation condition anymore then, since it's already in the plans, right?
That's correct. And as long as it doesn't affect any of the variances, or there's nothing that needs to be revised in the variances.
Does it affect any of the variances, Franco, or they all stay the same?
It does not affect the variances. I did make a I would suggest that variance number 6,
Mm-hmm.
floor space index, is changed to 0.88.
0.88.
Yes, and that is 706.8 square meters.
Okay, thanks.
So that would reflect the additional building setback that's being provided along the south side of the building, and that's a reduced floor space index. So that would be a modification that I'm requesting the committee make for the list of variances. Everything else stays the same.
Okay, so variance 6 becomes 0.88, which is 706.8 meters squared. Okay. Any other questions, panel members? Okay, is there anything else you'd like to add, Franco, before we go into committee?
Not with respect to the application. I do commend and thank the both representatives and the neighbors in their participation in this process. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I think some of us may have been on this panel when it was before us previously, and we had a fairly robust discussion on the merits of the proposal and agreed collectively that it would be good that the parties get together separately and try and resolve their differences. I think it's heartening to hear that they have in fact done that, and they should be commended for coming to that agreement. I think we've, from my perspective, I've looked at this now twice, and I don't really now have any real problems with it. It is a large dwelling, but it is in a neighborhood that I think can quite reasonably accommodate large dwellings. It is an architectural style which is slightly different than the traditional style, but is not, again, out of keeping with some of the newer, more modern buildings that are being constructed in this neighborhood. I think we were fussed a little bit about the length and a little bit about the depth, but I think that given the circumstances and the nature of the extension off the back, as I recall, it was a 2-story addition or extension off the back, but it was 2 stories in type, but it was actually open to the 2nd story. So there really wasn't, I don't believe, any overlook issues that we had determined from that discussion. So all goes to say, I think this is now a supportable application. I think it's we can reasonably move it forward. I see Zahir wants to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead, Zahir.
Thank you, Larry. I agree with you. I think I remember this application. I have no concerns about the minutes of settlement. You know, I'm glad that they've resolved the issues. I still have a very fundamental concern and objection to the idea of the rather excessive garage in the front of the house extending well beyond the property. So on this particular one, I will certainly not be supporting it. But I do agree that they've come to a settlement which is good for the neighborhood and neighbors.
Okay, Carl, do you want me to move a motion, or you want to comment?
No, I was just going to I was going to weigh in. I recall this application as well, and I recall Zahir's concern. I don't share that concern. Again, as Larry, as you indicated, these are large lots, large homes. I think if there is anywhere where this kind of thing can be accommodated is on a street like this. I'm really very pleased that the minutes of settlement have been reached, and tying it to plans makes all the sense in the world. So I have no difficulty at all in supporting the application. If yours was a motion, I'd be happy to second it.
Sure. I think I'll just to clarify, I'll move approval of this application subject to forestry condition number 2, and that the approval will be tied to the plans, revised plans submitted. I think it was May 8th, I thought I heard, Chair?
Yep, May 8th. And it's as amended.
As amended, yes.
Okay, so a motion to approve the application with the conditions outlined by Mr. Clay, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That carries. Opposed? Mr. Bayat. Okay, so that's approved. All right, item number 39. 120 Front Street East. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the January 11th public hearing, a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, and support letter from 241 King Street East. I do not show any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good evening, Madam Chair and fellow committee members. My name is Stephen Chi, a senior planner at Design Plan Services.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Nipful?
Yeah, it's a fundamental question. The purpose of the application is very specific, and it includes the idea that public parking use for the intended, 20 of the 37 parking spaces will be leased as valet parking to a proposed hotel located at 197 King Street East. The agreement that you came to, though, with the condominium corporation is different than that. Could you speak to the difference? Because I'm trying to figure out if the purpose has to change and we have to recirculate, or whether the agreement that you've come to is within the scope of that purpose of application. And it's on your screen right now if you need to refresh your memory of the purpose.
For sure, through you, Madam Chair. So the purpose, yes, it is. There is a, I guess, a private agreement between the proposed hotel and the owner to lease that 20 space for valet parking when the hotel is constructed. However, just in case if there's anything happen that agreement fell through, the rest of the parking spaces that are being proposed can still be used for public parking on a monthly basis. That does not change any of the variances. Still the same variances.
But doesn't your agreement actually prevent you from leasing on as a rental, rental parking spaces, the agreement that you came up with?
Yes, to answer that question, so there is a condition that was agreed upon by both parties. So it is in my cover letter dated May 3rd. It states all 37 parking spaces that are subject to this application will be leased to the public on a monthly basis only. And I believe the valet parking will be longer than a monthly basis if that agreement works.
So doesn't this agreement, I'm sorry to belabor this, but doesn't this agreement that you've come to invalidate the valet parking?
No, I think that was aware of by both parties. The condominium corp understands the situation, but this is just a condition for, for a longer term in general for all the 37 parking spaces that are applicable to this application.
Okay, thanks.
Sabrina? I kind of agree with Carl, like valet parking means somebody brings your car.
Right.
Could be there an hour, could be there, like, I don't know, I'm confused. Yet the agreement is for monthly, that all 37 spots subject to this application. Or does that wording mean subject? That
Through you, Madam Chair, should it be that all 37 parking spaces that are subject to this application be leased to the public on a monthly basis only, of which 20 are for valet parking?
But so that's what the purpose, but the agreement with the condo corp.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if the agreement should have reflected that there'd be 20 valet parking.
That's what
20 of the 37 would be valet.
Mm-hmm.
But they could be leased on a monthly basis, because the purpose of application says, and the remaining 17 parking spaces to be rented to members of the public on a monthly basis.
Right.
So 20 were for valet, 17 were for rented. the agreement says all 37 should be rented to the public on a monthly basis.
Right.
But I think they need to also stipulate that of those 37, 20 will be valet.
I think we're okay with that amendment, if that's okay with the committee.
Yeah,
So
because
are
otherwise
you
you're-
okay with the purpose of application? Because then the agreement that you have with the condo corp doesn't stipulate that 20 of the 37 will be valet parking.
Right, I think we're okay with adding, of which the 20 spaces can be used for valet parking.
And the condo corp will be okay with that?
Yes, well, I can't really speak for them, but it has been well discussed between the two owners, the condo corp and the owner of the property, and it was brought up multiple times, and they understand the condition. That's why they also agreed with this, just having 37 parking spaces subject to the monthly rental.
But that agreement basically removes the valet parking, right? Which is not what the purpose of the application is.
And valet parking isn't a monthly rent.
Right? Valet parking is you go, you ask, you give your car to a valet and you go for the evening for 3-4 hours and then they bring it back out, or you stay for a night. It's not a monthly thing.
Right, I think the difference is that for valet parking, it will be the hotel staff that's bringing the car in instead of the public going in and out on a regular basis.
No, understood, but I think the issue is that your agreement talks about 37 parking spots being rentable on a monthly basis. Like the agreement between the two property owners.
Right, I understand that. That's why I said we're okay with amending that condition to include the 20 valet parking spaces, if that's okay with the committee.
Madam Chairman, if we were to approve the application as it is before us and the purpose as it is before us, then the onus doesn't seem to be on us to add in a condition, because the purpose is the condition.
Yeah, exactly.
It would be, the onus would be on the applicant to, as Sabrina has already indicated, to renegotiate this agreement with the condo corporation, because the agreement's doesn't sound as though it's in agreement with the purpose. I have no trouble with the purpose as worded, or with the application as worded. But what I have difficulty with is we're being asked to put a condition in that clearly is contrary to the purpose of the application.
And it doesn't make sense even to amend the condition because the purpose is already saying that. It already says
exactly.
17 spaces are being rented on a monthly basis.
Yeah, so what I'm inclined to suggest is that we not put any condition in. We leave this alone. We go with the purpose as worded, and the applicant go back to the condo corporation. He says they understand this, but he perhaps needs to be more explicit in his agreement with them. That's not our business, but what we would be approving is what is described in the purpose, which I have no difficulty with.
So here you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm getting a little puzzled with the. As I read the purpose of the application, it seems quite clear to me that 37 or 43 are public, of which 20 are going to be valet, and the remainder for monthly parking spaces.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what's confusing, unless I'm missing something here.
It's not the purpose here, it's the condition that they were asking to put on that was negotiated between two property owners, which is asking for 37 to be rented out on a monthly basis, which then negates the 20. So that's what we're saying. We can't put that on. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Stephen, anything else? I think we're just gonna have to go with it as is and no condition.
I have no further comments. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members.
All right, let's take it into committee then. Carl.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think the application as presented before us, the purpose and the variances are all reasonable. They add a level of flexibility that wasn't there before, and I have no trouble at all in moving approval of the application as it is before us.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Bayat, so motion to approve moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 40, 54 Baby Point Road. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the February 22nd hearing, copy of the plan of survey, and we have a report from Ravine Natural Feature Protection with no conditions. TRCA also was okay with this one. And I show one person in interest. Okay, do we have the agent on the line?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This is Joel Tanner with the Office of Simple Design Studio on behalf of Lindsay Bruce and Ava Barnett today.
Okay, so I have one person listed in interest. It might be easier if I go to them first to see if they are opposed or if there's just some concerns that they would like answered, if you're okay
Most
with
certainly.
that. Okay, great.
Yeah, not a problem at all.
Okay, thanks.
James? You've been
Yes, hi.
unmuted. Yeah.
Hi, if I could ask you to state your name and address, and then just let me know, are you speaking in opposition, or do you just have some questions you would like answered by the agent?
Thank you. My name is James McKinnon. I'm at the resident of at 52 Baby Point Road, which is the neighboring property. We have no opposition. We're just here for interest.
Okay. Is there anything you would want answered at all, or are you just listening in?
Just listening in. Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot, James. Okay. Mr. Tanner, let me see if the members have any questions for you. Panel members, any questions?
Chair, just,
Clay, yeah.
I mean, I think we just need a bit of an explanation about the FSI. I mean, 108 isn't really terrible, but when it's 4.4 is allowed, that seems like a big jump. Maybe you can just start by saying, telling us what the existing FSI is and whether, 1.08 would be consistent with other new developments in the area.
Yeah, most certainly, Mr. Clay. Thanks so much for the question. So the tricky thing here is the way that we're looking at the calculation methodology. It's really driven off of the top of the bank calculation based on calculations with the TRCA. So we actually are the requirement and calculation methodology, anything after the top of bank down the slope towards the bottom of the ravine, as much as our clients who own that parcel of land, it is not allowed to be calculated in the FSI index. And so that's where you're getting that massive deviation in calculation methodology. Because in reality, if we were to actually take the entire property into the equation, we're only sitting at 0.46. But again, this was on slide number 5 on our presentation. But again, because we're not allowed to calculate anything after the top of stable slope, we are calculating at that 1.08 ratio.
Actually, thank you. That makes perfect sense, and I think I knew that, but that's very helpful.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Any other questions, panel members? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There's I won't wait to find it. There's a third floor balcony that overlooks one of your neighbors. It's actually faced to the side. And it looks as though there's some form of barrier or screen on one portion of it. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, most certainly. That was based on feedback that was provided in the initial round of comments from the neighboring community. And so we did introduce that privacy screening in order to adapt to that commentary that was provided by the neighboring dwelling. That was really the driver on just, creating a stable proposal here that is in keeping with the neighborhood. We're not trying to dominate the streetscape, and we are very much trying to create a proposal here that keeps the community planners happy as well as the neighbors happy. So that was the driver on that privacy screening.
Can you clarify on the floor plan, excuse me, for the third floor, where the screen is? It looks as though there's a different treatment on the back and the treatment on the side is changed halfway. Am I reading it correctly, or is it just because the drawing's so small?
Yeah, it's just because of the way that the hatching is working on that side elevation profile. It's a little bit tricky to have a full comprehension. So
it's filled in for about half of the length, right?
Yeah, so I'm just going to see if I can get a reference here for the floor plan, just for coordination purposes. So when you're coming out onto that balcony, we're open to option A, option B, but right now coming out onto that balcony, the balcony is 12.02 square meters. And we have a central post, which is about 50% of the way through that bearing point. And so we have full screening from the exterior wall to that first pillar, which is about 2.1 meters out from the face of the dwelling. So there's full screening for that first portion, and then there's a half screening for the remainder of the portion.
And what is full portion and half? What are the heights of those?
So the heights are, the first full portion is literally from floor to ceiling of that roof canopy. And then the secondary portion, that railing to building code standard would need to be 42 inches. So right now that privacy screening is sitting at 42 inches total.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Mr. Tanner, we're ready to make a decision. Anything you want to add that's not in the materials we have before us?
No, just want to reinforce that we had some great conversations between the TRCA, the neighboring community members, as well as community planning staff, and feel that we've put forth a proposal that meets the overall, heritage regulations that will soon be coming into place for the neighboring community. And I think it's going to be a successful project that we can move forward on, hopefully, tonight.
Okay, let's take it into committee, panel members. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. This has been before committee before it was deferred, and because of notice issues, but I think the applicant has taken ample opportunity to have discussions with the neighbor, as evidenced by some of the changes that look to be sensitive to their concerns. I actually thought the design was quite loyal to the original design and in keeping with the heritage nature of the dwellings in the Baby Point area. So I thought it was an excellent design. TRCA has signed off on this. There's no concerns with respect to stable top of bank. I think that it is quite a nice proposal and reasonable given the surrounding neighborhood. I'd like to move approval of this application. Is there a heritage condition? I think there is because of the archaeology, right?
I don't see any.
It's the archaeology that they have to deal with.
Is there any harm attaching it? There's two reports, but the one February 10th is more of.
I know this is very much
the old one from last year.
This is an indigenous area, so I think we typically attach archaeological assessments into developments in this area.
Yeah, okay, staff says yes, we'll attach the heritage conditions. Okay, so a motion to approve including the heritage conditions then in the Feb 14th, 2022 report, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? Carries unanimously. Item number 41, 74 Niagara Street. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the March 8th meeting, copy of the plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, a covering letter from Salvatore Cremini, the agent, email correspondence from Transportation Services. They don't have any concerns. Forestry is asking for condition number 2. Planning sent a report. They're asking for a condition regarding permeable pavers and to protect the tree in the front yard. Correspondence in support from 630 Wellington, 76 Niagara, which is adjacent, 46 Tecumseh, 630 Wellington Street West. We have a 4-signature petition in support from owners of properties on Niagara and Wellington Street West. Correspondence expressing concern from 585 Wellington Street West. And I'm showing 4 opposition speakers. Do we have them all? Okay. Do we have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon. We have opposition speakers, so if I could ask you to do a presentation no more than 5 minutes, please. And the clock starts now.
Did you want to do what you did previously and let them speak first?
Sure, if that's okay with you. Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
So let's hear the concerns first then. Okay, if I could have the first speaker. Hi, Mr. Frattini.
Hello, my name is Dave Frattini. I, along with my partner Brian Bauer, own and live at 585 Wellington Street West, which is directly north of 74 Niagara Street. We, along with many of the neighbors directly impacted by this proposal, are opposed to the application overall and a number of the variances requested. Well, I completely understand why the applicants would want to submit such an application. I mean, should it be approved, this intensive development would allow for an amazing financial return. It would allow the applicants to put their business that they currently own and operate at Wellington Street into this building on a considerably expanded scale. They'd add 2 additional residential rental units and a 3rd-story penthouse suite for their living space. But allowing these variances ultimately would mean an out-of-proportion mass bearing down on the neighbors to the west, east, and north. I, along with other neighbors to the north, would be facing their north wall, which would be at least 50 feet in height and roughly 35 feet from our south wall. This would block sunlight and put our house in shadow for most of the year. It would also include 7 windows and 2 balconies looking directly into our backyard, with a business entrance at the back of the building, which raises safety concerns because of the secluded approach to the back. They could address that by lighting up the entrance, which would then mean illuminating our backyard. As you can see, the intensive development, which makes great economic sense for the applicants, comes at the expense of the neighbors around them in the form of impact on privacy, sunlight, sky views, and subsequent impact on property values. Additionally, we believe the variances are not minor. The totality of the variances result in an intensive development that is out of scale at nearly 70% more than permitted floor space. The proposal is not an appropriate use of the building, and I want to address 2 concerns about allowing a business in this space. The Toronto City Plan, Chapter 4, Policy 3 says that new small-scale retail, service, and office uses that are incidental to and support neighborhoods and that are compatible with the area and serve the needs of area residences may be permitted. The very nature of their business is exclusive. Look at their pricing rates. This is not incidental and it's not supportive of neighborhood needs. Also, the city plan says new small-scale retail services and offices that do not adversely impact adjacent residences. Again, my concerns, this is one example of many, that rear door entrance. But also the city plan says it must have a physical form that is compatible with and integrated into the neighborhood. This just doesn't do that. Furthermore, given commercial vacancy rates are in the range of 15 to 20% in the downtown core, I can't imagine that there isn't another space more appropriate for the intended business rather than in a residential area. And by the way, based on their online booking site, they're already booking appointments being delivered at this location. So even before approval of this variance, they're conducting themselves as if this has already been approved. Additionally, the proposal, we believe, conflicts with the city's zoning code and bylaws. The city plan area designates this area as a neighborhood, which is considered physically stable area made up of residential uses and lower scale buildings. Physical changes to established neighborhoods must be sensitive, gradual, and fit the existing physical character, including prevailing patterns of massing in rear and side yard setbacks, and to limit the impact of new development on adjacent properties. This development isn't gradual. It requires considerable rear and side yard setbacks and has considerable impact on our property. And for reference, other developments on Niagara have adhered to the setback requirements. And lastly, the proposal deviates from the intent and purpose of the city's official plan. If the purpose of the plan is to create a framework of regulatory certainty, consistency, and clarity, this application seems to violate those goals. I'm a homeowner who also happens to be a business owner. I'd love to be able to blow out my back wall, infill my property to achieve 70% above the allowable space, and put in office space for my business, add 2 rental units in addition to my residence, with no consideration on impact of the no consideration to impact on the neighbors. And if I built my property the way they want to do this, right to the property line, and build up 3 stories, looking right into their suites, I'm sure the applicants would object. I can't do that because there is an official plan and bylaws. And let's not be misled either. This approach is not a way to help the city address its housing crisis. The rental units that they're talking about will not be affordable. One merely has to look at rental prices for comparable space at the well.
Mr. Frattini, you're over 5 minutes, so I need you to wrap up, please.
Okay, lastly, when we asked if they had prepared any shadow studies, they indicated they weren't required as they were not seeking height variances. And when we asked to meet with the applicants to discuss our concerns, they chose not to take a meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you, Mr. Frattini. If I could have the next speaker, please.
Teresa, you've been unmuted.
Hi.
Hi, if could
can
you
you
just
hey?
give us your address and your name, please, for the record?
Yes, absolutely. My name is Teresa Scott, and I live at 587 Wellington Street West. My husband and I reside at this property, and we are directly behind 74 Niagara, and we're in opposition to the requested variances. 74 Niagara, as it exists at the moment, is a former industrial building that was converted to a residential home with a rental unit several years ago. The existing building is about 1 meter from the property line to the north where our property is. And as we understand it, it should have a setback of 7.5 meters according to current bylaws. In fact, the existing setbacks on all 3 sides of the building are far less than required. Our homes are older, 100 years or more, and we have small houses and small backyards. This proposed new structure will overpower the existing properties to the north, east, and west. We have major concerns about the privacy, shadowing, and massing problems this development will create. 74 Niagara's existing footprint is massive with current inadequate setbacks. They're asking for variances that will allow the 2 additional stories to also have setbacks far less than the required by the bylaws. They are looking to increase the FSI to a much larger extent than is allowed by the current bylaws. None of these variances are being requested seem minor to us. 4 years ago, there was a low-rise condo development being built at 90 Niagara. This is on the same block just to the west of 74 Niagara. The ground level structure on the north side of the building is approximately the same distance from the north property line as 74 Niagara. However, their additional floors constructed above were set back 7.5 meters. They also constructed on top of the ground level structure a green privacy wall, and plus the homes to the north of that development have a laneway and garages that offer the homeowners to the north additional privacy, and we just don't have these elements. We're also concerned about the presence of a building being at this location again. They're requesting a variance for personal service use. The intent for the Niagara neighborhood was to decrease the number of businesses in the area and move toward a more residential neighborhood. The business that is proposed for this location will be bringing extra traffic to a neighborhood that is already overly congested and has a lack of parking. This is another variance they are requesting, having no required parking on their land, and thereby adding to the street issues that already exist. This development has also offering little green space for its residents or their neighborhood, and they've already cut down and removed 2 mature trees from the north and east side of the property. We have received no information on the business that wishes to open in this spot. Our questions were never answered or addressed. After looking at their website, in addition to the skincare services they seem to will provide, it seems retail will also be located there for their skincare products. So waste disposal, product delivery, chemical storage, and traffic are concerns that will be created by this business in a residential neighborhood. And it also brings up additional concerns about precedents and what may move into this location when this business is no longer there. In an ideal world, the existing building would be required to rebuild its structure to abide to the current bylaws, but that's just not going to happen. However, we do feel that the least that should happen is it should adhere to the bylaws as they exist for the new proposed additional stories. In conclusion, I'd like to mention the amendment number 273 to the bylaw 1042-2014 was added specifically for this neighborhood, South Niagara. It states that any new development in this area will be respectful of the existing and adjacent Niagara neighborhood characteristics, of which we feel this development is not.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions for the speaker? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you very much, Teresa.
Thank you.
Mr. Yota.
Hi, my name is Ricardo Jota. I live at 580 Wellington Street. I'm speaking in opposition to this proposal. I'll be brief because I think that David and Teresa have already explained our concerns. This is not a minor amendment. It's 1.7 times what it should be. There's strong concerns on the next levels. The folks mentioned here that this is 3 levels, but it actually feels like 4 because the first one has an already existent mezzanine, and so the 2 extra floors that they intend on providing go well beyond the setback, encroaching on our privacy, on our sunlight, but more importantly, on our property values. And I'll be short. I agree with everything that David and Teresa said, and I'm asking the committee to not accept this offer as is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you, Mr. Jota. If I could have the final speaker, please.
Patricia?
Hello?
Hi, Patricia.
Yes.
Hi, if you could state your name and address for the record, and then you have no more than 5 minutes.
My name is Patricia Robertson, 83 Niagara Street, and I represent myself as a homeowner on Niagara Street and also the Niagara Neighborhood Now residents group. Teresa Scott, David Fertina, Ricardo have all touched on the basics, and I would say that in far as due diligence goes, that the residents did much more work than obviously the planners did in reviewing the possibilities of this application. Just in general, based on the residential nature of this unique downtown neighborhood, which in early part of this century went through thorough discussion about the residential nature of it and the heritage nature of it when our first condominiums appeared on the street. Anyway, basically, I support the issues brought up by the residents north of the property on Wellington regarding loss of property and light, as well as the neighboring properties to the east and west. In at least 2 properties on the north side, renovations have been done to open up the homes for the purpose of light and the enjoyment of the residents' living space. These not so minor variations will basically be nullified by the applicants raising the, doing the development, and will reduce, in fact, the enjoyment of the residents' homes. So basically, all the benefits of this development goes exactly one way. Somebody gets light, monetizes the building, and the others get shadows. But to go back to the larger issue, the ask is fairly major. And again, David Frattini went through very thoroughly, section by section, where this doesn't comply. I also worry about precedent. There are other similar sized warehouses on the Wellington side of the block, all used as residential. So there is a concern that once somebody gets a commercial element in, what's to stop others going, hey, I can do that too. In terms of the commercialization of the space, contextually, this goes against the grain of the street, which is residential and actually becoming increasingly so. To its credit, the brand is quite discreet at present. A small sign indicates where to enter the upper floor. And if this change of use is permitted, one would expect that any signage, lighting, exterior and interior would respect the heritage nature of the street, particularly given the multi-million-dollar renovation of the Heritage Coffin Factory opposite. I noticed there are no plans to install a third parking spot, and I do hope that this is maintained. The current front yard with its landscaping is in keeping with the character of the street's residential frontages, and I noticed that Forestry did make a comment about the tree. So that's it. So I think the residents on the north side basically presented good arguments on their own behalf. So I support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robertson. Any questions for the speaker panel members? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Farion, you've heard from all the residents. If you can please speak to all the issues raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Through you, Madam Chair, you'll see through the history of the application, because it has been with the committee for some time.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Salvatore, can you just introduce yourself, because you are not Gabe Ferrone.
Oh,
so please
okay.
just introduce yourself before you respond. Thank you.
Not a problem. So it's Salvatore Crimi of Relic Creations on behalf of Gabe Ferrone and the owners of 74 Niagara Street.
Alrighty, go ahead. We'll restart the clock.
Thank you. Continuing, yeah, it's been with the committee for some time, and being honest, the original proposal, as you can see in your materials, was larger than what's before you now, specifically to the rear of the development. Once we had our original hearing date at March 8th, there was the same opposition that is present today at that hearing. And we chose to defer not only to satisfy public notice, but also to work with the community. And by doing that, you'll see that we stepped back the proposed second and third floor. Now, it is correct in the fact that technically this can be labeled as a 4-story building, although in actuality it's 3, and that's because of the mezzanine that's in place on the first floor. Because it's larger than 40 square feet per Ontario Building Code, it's labeled as a floor. So the mezzanine floor can technically be called a floor, and in that fact, Mr. Frattini is correct. Further, you'll see that we did give notion to the privacy concerns by installing not 1.2 meter screening on all sides of the balcony, but rather 6 feet screening on all sides of the balcony, as to aid in the privacy concerns. And further, the stepped design at the rear will aid in providing additional sunlight to the surrounding properties. Now, you'll also see the existing building footprint will not change. That's an existing condition that the owners inherited with the property. The massing is something, overall massing, overall design, and overall intent of use, I think is something we have to look to our professionals at the City of Toronto Planning Department specifically, because I did have extensive conversations with them on this application, and they felt it is a good application for the neighborhood in adherence not only to the official plan, but to the updated zoning code. Because as you'll notice, this property isn't captured under 569/2013, but rather under the old Toronto 438/86. So the variances before you in actuality are skewed because they're under an older standard, not relevant today. That doesn't speak to whether they're minor or major. It's just a point that should be made and should be considered. Further, speaking to the commercial use, there was notions that this will create precedence along Niagara and that it has its history as a residential street. I beg to differ respectfully because a simple walk down Niagara Street will see that commercial use is something that dates back to the inception of the neighborhood. Further, recent approvals out of this very committee office directly to the south of this property at 89 to 109 Niagara Street recently approved a change from the site plan to permit all units on all floors to be live work, which will contain within live work zoning the personal service use that we are only asking for on the first and mezzanine floor here. Further, within the area surrounding 74 Niagara Street, up to 100 meters, one can find 8 businesses that are currently personal service use. And one thing to be clear with the personal service is not something that is going to be severely impactful to the surrounding community, because presently the business operates on Wellington Street and operates by appointment only. No walk-in. There's, I mean, maybe inquiries that'll go to the front desk seldomly, but it's not like there'll be a high foot traffic to this business. The retail component will only be offered to clients that already have bookings. If they're getting a treatment, they have the ability to buy the products that were used. That will be the only aspect of retail. Finally, we had changes to the front yard to maintain the existing licensed 2 parking spaces, to have those constructed from the current cement pavers to permeable pavers, to aid in what the overall intent and design that planning wants to see for the streetscape of Niagara. And ultimately, the proposal not only aims to consolidate the owner's uses, because it will be the owner operating and living out of the same address, but further help to solve the challenges the city faces as a whole and the province of Ontario faces as a whole by providing additional rental units. And you'll see that there's sizable rental units being created on the 2nd floor by 2 2-bedroom units. So that leaves the possibility open for families to rent these units, because we're in short walking distance to Victoria Memorial Park and other additional parks within the area.
Okay, Salvatore, you're past 5 minutes. I'm going to see if there's any questions for you. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Okay, there are no more questions, or there are no questions, so we're going to take it into committee. Okay, anybody, any comments, a motion? Mr. Bayat?
I'll just start this off with some comments, if I may. I do notice from Google Maps and aerial views that, as the agent mentioned, the history of this area is, of course, one where there were a lot of commercial activities going on. In fact, directly opposite this building, that's the big one. That's a reminder. Given the location that is so central in the city, there certainly are many existing businesses. So it's very much a mixed use neighborhood. So I do not see that as an issue. I also note that the building at the rear from the side elevation is stepped back, at least at the 2nd and 3rd floors. So there's a bit of a setback. I know there was one person commenting whose home, I believe the rear of their home faced the rear of this structure. So overall, I don't see it as a major concern. I do feel it's a supportable application.
Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. This is a very unusual neighborhood, as I think many of the speakers and the Residents Association have alluded to, which has gone under a lot of change and a lot of transition. But it is principally residential. I like to hear, I don't really have any problem with the personal service use in this building. I think what I am sympathetic to the neighbors about the extent to which the second and third stories extend into the rear. Even though they are set back, I mean, the agent and the owner have done a good job. They have stepped them back a little bit. But it's still, if you look at variance number 5, they are exceeding the depth by over 10 meters. And it's that second and third story above what is basically a 2-story existing dwelling, which I think people are mostly concerned about. I would have liked to have seen maybe more step back that might have shortened those second and third stories a little bit more, which might have reduced, I think, the visual impact and the shadowing and privacy concerns of those residents on Wellington. I will admit, I mean, in my mind, I often think of that area as being mostly commercial, but then it really is an unusually rich residential area of combination of condominiums, high-rise, low-rise, traditional dwellings, which I think is why this area has been studied so extensively, and why the city has, I think, tried to bolster the residential side of it somewhat. So I find myself, I think there's a proposal in here somewhere. I think there's a good development. I just think the second and third stories go back too far and have a negative impact on the surrounding neighbors.
Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd just like to weigh in briefly. I am in agreement with Larry. I really would like to support this application, and I support the principles behind it. But again, like Mr. Clay was it David Frattini who I thought made the point the most vividly, the intrusion onto the properties behind of the second and third floor, I think, are unacceptable. And I certainly don't want to be part of assisting that to happen. So I, in its present form, I'm unable to support it. I think it's overbuilding it in its present form, particularly as it impacts the residential properties behind. And I won't be able to support the application in its current form.
Okay, I actually echo the comments made by Mr. Clay and Mr. Nipfel. I think it's the depth it's too much, and also, well, the FSI. So cumulative, I think it's an overbuild. Although, yeah, if it were shorter and, you know, the front fits in okay, but at the back, the impacts are just too much on the neighbors. So I won't be supporting the application. So I will need a motion, Mr. Clay.
Sure. I do think, as I say, I think there is an application in there somewhere that's a little bit more sympathetic and sensitive to the neighbors, but this just isn't it. So I will move refusal.
Okay, Mr. Clay moves refusal. Mr. Nipfel seconds. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, the final item today is item number 42, 46 Aberdeen Avenue. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the April 19th public hearing date, as well as the materials submitted at that time. Copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Comparable development analysis from the agent, garden suites perspective from the agent, presentation materials from the agent. We have email correspondence from planning asking for a condition, forestry's asking for condition number 2, and then there was another report dated April 13th that has some conditions on it. Correspondence in opposition from 36 Aberdeen, not showing any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, I am here.
And you are?
Costa Dervish, I'm the urban planner on file at KFA Architects.
Okay, let me see if there are any questions. I don't think we need a presentation.
Sorry,
Yep.
we're having technical issues. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I said I'm just check with my members to see if there are any questions for you, because I don't think we need a presentation. But while they're thinking about questions, is there anything you want to add that's not in the materials that we have before us?
No, I think we're good with everything that's been submitted.
Okay, Mr. Clay, did you have your hand up? Yeah, go ahead.
I did. Thanks very much. I guess when I saw this, I guess my initial reaction is a big question mark. Not as much about the dwelling, but is the garden suite. You're asking for 3 stories. You're asking for a height of 7.9 meters, which is considerably beyond what I think the bylaw is contemplating for a garden suite. And it's really quite close to, I mean, the separation distance between the principal dwelling and the garden suite is really quite small. So I'd appreciate if you gave me your perspective on the garden suite.
Right. Well, the condition of the lot is that there is a private access easement to the rear. And that facilitates and has facilitated up until this point in the neighborhood access via car or anything before that. So we're kind of straddling the line here between what is a garden suite per the bylaw and what is actually a laneway house. So because we have that private access easement, to the letter of the bylaw, we are a garden suite. However, the condition lends itself to be also in an architectural or planning sense a laneway house as well. Given that's given that definition, and based on the existing context and the built context that is already fronting onto this access easement to the rear, we're actually coming beneath that height, well beneath it actually. So I understand your point about coming in at a height above what the bylaw prescribes. However, I think if you look at the site-specific context, there is a gray area we're working with in between laneway and a garden suite definition here.
Well, even a laneway suite, you'd be exceeding the height, right? Going 3 stories as opposed to the 2-story requirement. So what's driving the height? Is it just you simply want 3 stories?
Well, what's driving the height is there are a few things. We'd like to maintain the parking condition at grade, which is a common kind of laneway condition, and especially in that access easement. And we want to have a livable unit on this laneway on the garden suite. So what we have is 2 7-foot ceilings, floor to ceiling heights from at the 2nd story and the 3rd story, and you can't really go lower than that. So in terms of a livability aspect, this is kind of the bare minimum we're willing to accept from a design angle for having those 2 stories above the parking condition.
Are there any other questions? Okay, if there are no more questions, Mr. Dervish, Carl, did you have a question?
Well, it's more of a comment. I can wait until we get in committee.
Okay, Mr. Dervish, is there anything you want to add before we take this into committee? You are aware of the planning report, forestry condition 2, and the heritage report?
Yep, aware of everything and happy to provide any more clarity if it's needed.
Okay, so there are no more questions. Let's take it into committee. Mr. Bayat and then Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Chair. Interestingly enough, I'm surprised that there isn't more opposition to this. There's only one item of correspondence in opposition. When one looks at the drawings and the renderings, it's quite monolithic, 3 stories. I just find, we've just dealt with the proposal on Niagara Street as being monolithic, and here we've got another one. So I'm surprised there are no serious folks opposing this particular bill. I just find it's really an overbill. I find 2 stories would have been perfectly fine. 3 stories. All the variances that are being requested are excessive. So I definitely cannot support this particular application.
Carl, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree with my colleague Zahir. This is not what I think was intended by Garden Suite. Basically, it's a 2-car parking garage with a 2-story house on top of it. I think monolithic is a very good description of what it is. It's a remarkably handsome building, but I don't think it's a garden suite, and I don't think it was intended. It's a very big building. Half of the top floor is a patio overlooking an adjacent property. And because the building is so big, there is very little, if any, space. Well, there's very little space between the principal building and the ancillary building. I don't see this as an ancillary building. I, like Zahir, am not going to be able to support this in its current state.
Okay, any other comments? I'll just add that I also can't support it. I think cumulatively there's too many variances. It's an overbuild, and I agree with everything that my colleagues have said so far. So I'll need a motion then. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move a refusal of this application.
Okay, motion.
Can I just clarify here? As there are variances with respect to the garden suite, there are variances as well. Are there variances with respect to the townhouse? I think there are, right? Mm-hmm. So I guess the question I would have, I agree. I think it's the width, the depth, the height, it is excessive in terms of a garden suite. But I think we just want to consider whether we want to refuse the entire portion or whether it is just the garden suite that we have concerns with.
Larry, it's the garden suite is the only thing I have concerns with, but I tried to do this before and I couldn't. I don't think you can, at least I haven't been able to extract from the variances those that specifically apply to the garden suite and those that specifically apply to the main residence, because I think they're interconnected in some cases. But I agree with you. It's only the gardens. I don't have any difficulty with what they want to do with the main house, but I don't know how you could, like, you could say 1, 2, 7, and 8 are approved and the other ones aren't, but then I'm having trouble extracting them that way.
Okay, and that's frankly, that's not really our job. So I would agree. I mean, if the applicant feels that they want to revise their proposal and submit another one at a future date, then maybe that will address not only our concerns, but allow them to get the permissions they seek for the main dwelling as well. Okay, so I didn't want to proceed until we were all clear on what we wanted to do here.
Sorry, are you guys looking something? No? Okay, sorry. I thought staff were looking into something pertaining to what you were talking about, but no. Okay, so are we going ahead then with the motion to refuse? That's moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. Okay, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, with that, we stand adjourned at 7:14. Thank you, everybody, staff, members.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Madam
Sabrina.
Chair. Thank you, committee members. Thank you, staff.
Have a great
Thanks,
evening.
guys.
Thanks, Sabrina, and thanks to the host.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Thank you all. Good night.
Good night, everyone.